Okay, I think we should be live. Let me know if you can see and hear everything okay. We have a completely new live streaming system. I haven't done a stream with this one before. I think everything is set up properly. We had to do some audio troubleshooting. So we're going to be live overclocking the 5950X today with liquid nitrogen. Let me send out a tweet telling we're live. And I guess let me know if you can see and hear things okay. I see a lot of messages. So I'm just keeping an eye on chat for a second, and then we'll get going. Okay, people say it's good. Okay. I guess if there's like serious issues at some point, you can spam chat, and I'll try and keep an eye on it. And otherwise, it should be good to go, I think, at this point. So let me just send out a tweet. Let's see. We are live. AMD 5950X, liquid nitrogen overclocking here. Is that the right URL? Yes. There's a lot of stuff in chat right now. Okay, cool. All right. So, yeah, the plan is to overclock definitely the 5950X. I have not put it under liquid nitrogen yet. I have not done any pre-testing. Normally I do some of that. So we're going to be figuring it out live with you all as things are going. Low volume, really? Louder? Okay, let's do that. Oh, yeah. Okay, how's that? Is that still quiet? Or let me know if that's like too much background noise also. How's that? The delay on the chat is always funny to watch because I fix it like 30 seconds before I see the change. Okay. I'm still waiting. A lot of people saying good. All right, cool. Okay, cool. Once we get going, if there's like way more background noise than normally, I don't want your feedback for this if you haven't seen these before, but if you have and you hear a lot more background noise than normally, let us know because there's always going to be some background noise with LN2, but I'm just trying to make sure that, that it's not picking up too much. All right. Buzzing sounds. Seriously? Background electric hum? Are you sure it's not just the LN2 tank? I can bring it a little bit less sensitive. Okay, well, I mean, we're going to be between now, so we'll see. The other two videos will be going out today, yeah. We're going to do the 5600X after this stream, and then the 5800X is getting edited now. I'm going to keep an eye on chat. I think we should be good to go, but I'm going to watch it, and we'll do super chats on like a 30 to 60 minute delay. Let me add a text card to the screen explaining that. And we're going to do the what? People freaking out. I don't know what they're freaking out about. Okay, all right, Ryan says it sounds good, and I trust him more than anyone else in chat. All right. Oh, static. Okay, gotcha. So there's a static burst when I change the... I guess I'll mute the line when I do that next time. Okay, thank you. All right. So yes, text card. Text card, so we're going to say... this is going to be huge text, I think. Size 12, maybe. So, reading super chats on a 30 to 60 minute delay. Give me 1 second. We're just finalizing setup. This is a brand new streaming system, like I said. Okay. Select font. All right, cool. Okay. This one says 6 gigahertz confirmed. Not quite yet, but we will be going that direction. I don't really remember how to add a background to this, so we're just gonna leave it like it is. Okay. Cool. I'm not seeing a ton more complaints about audio now, so let's get started. All right, so what I need to do is get an LN2 pot on this thing. I have not worked with this particular motherboard before. And all the overclocking we're doing today, I've done on air, quote unquote air, which really just means ambient, but with a liquid cooler. And we're gonna be using LN2 on this. So I have not done this with LN2 yet. So that should be a 5950X. Too quiet. I mean, I don't, sound is fine. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know, guys. There's some people saying too quiet. Some people saying it's fine. Trying to look for feedback. I see using e-waste as a GPU. It's actually great for this. So there is a reason. It's easier to. Volume is fine, sound is good. Volume is fine, sound is good, sound is good, sound is good. Okay, the people saying sound is good have one versus the people saying that it's too quiet. Sorry. I'm using a garbage GPU because the goal for now is going to be 2D overclocking, and then we might move to 3D after that, which then we would switch to a 3090 that I have actually modded with some shunt resistors stacked on top of it. We will be doing multi-core to answer that question. And probably Cinebench. So I'm going to do the whole setup. You can see the step-by-step process for it, which means I need to grab a thermocouple really quick. And we're going to set up the LN2 pot. We'll do some light insulation, not too much. I'm just grabbing a thermocouple right now. And then we'll get going. 5800X and 5600X are both on the way later today. Sound is good. Okay, cool. All right. I need some KPX for this. So this is some Kingpin thermal paste. Actually, let me just dump this on the CPU first. This is an Asus X570 Hero Dark motherboard. We've been using the other CPUs in the Asus Crosshair line for a lot of our testing lately for the GPUs. And so now we're using this on the CPU side. So I'm just going to get a whole bunch of paste on this thermocouple. And we'll probably try and get some extra in there. The plan's just going to be to push the thermal paste in with the thermocouple. Okay. Fairly good contact there. I don't think that's going to go anywhere. Cool. So we're good to go there. Let's see. Insulation, we'll do a little bit of that, I guess. So people say, not enough paste, more paste. I think we're good on the paste this time. Yes, more people saying that they can't buy the CPUs yet. Well, that's the nature of the market right now. I like the amount of people freaking out that there's not enough thermal paste. That's good. We've taught you all very well. Okay. Let's see. Any super chats? Super chats. I'm going to catch a couple of these while we're going here. First one was, I just finished listening to the Halo Reach Overture while waiting for the stream to start. That is probably a far more dramatic precursor to the stream than perhaps it deserves. Steve Vai did work on the Halo, I don't know about Reach, but did work on the original Halo music, I think. Did the guitar work. Okay, so all I'm doing here is just insulating this. Oh, Not with that rubber band. So it's a little too much for that one. And this is going to, which motherboard is he using? Not with that rubber band either. I'm using the Asus Dark, X570 Hero Dark. I think these are all kind of dried out, but let's give these a shot. This Allen 2 pot's too large, I think. Halo 2, thank you. Okay. Purpose of this, if you aren't aware, is just to catch the condensation drip. If we keep it frozen, it doesn't really matter. But as the temperature heats and cools, you get condensation on all the metal on the outside, of course, with air contacting it. And this will help control condensation and prevent runoff into the socket. That's going to be good enough to get us started. Make sure thermocouple's good. I'm going to do one more thing, which CPU is he using? 5950X. Screwdriver. I need to take the AMD stock stuff out of here. Actually not sure what socket the or what thread count the AMD plate is. So we're gonna get rid of this, put an Allen 2 pot on instead. I'll probably insulate it a little bit just around the socket, but the real goal is going to be to keep it as cold as we can so that the water freezes. I should actually paint the back of the socket too with some Vaseline too, because that's going to freeze over first and will drip. All right, that's gone. Let me see if I have mounts for this. Fit. So I have a Kingpin Allen 2 pot I'm going to use, but EVGA currently only makes Intel stuff. That looks like it's going to fit though. I think that's an M4 thread. Okay. Next question is, does this thing have the hole spacing of the AMD socket? Calipers. It's a war zone over here. This is 4 CPU reviews in 24 hours. So about 88 millimeters by about 50-ish, 52. It's just gonna fit it. That won't. That won't. That might. That might. That won't. Okay. Not sure if that will fit. So what I'm going to do is just put in two at an angle. I think these look promising. Nope, we're definitely not. Maybe. No, I don't think. I think it's just barely. So I'm just going to run this thing floating on the socket, which is fine. We've done it plenty of times. Should be good enough because this thing's so heavy. All right, next step. Vaseline on the board. This helps prevent water from shorting stuff. So we're going to start with this on the back of the board, I think. Definitely want to kill power. Okay. Don't need wireless either. All right. So yeah, as it, like I said, as we kind of drop and pick back up the temperature, there's a very good chance this is all going to freeze over. It normally does. So we're just We're just gonna insulate it a bit. You like the brush actually doesn't work anymore because it's been used so much. So I actually just use it as a stick now. It kind of works once you get it on there. So I'm just gonna paint around the back of the VRM because that's gonna freeze over, and the back of the CPU socket itself. This is so much Vaseline, but I'm trying to go quickly, so. As I've said it in the past, when we got this tub of Vaseline for overclocking, I walked into a pharmacy with Joe Stepanzi, and he bought 2 cans of Red Bull, and we bought the Vaseline, and then he and I joked that it looked like the Red Bull was to try and distract the cashier from the other purchase. Okay, we're good on the memory there.
It's like a Bob Ross.
Thanks. Is it really? Andrew says this is like a Bob Ross live stream. We're just gonna paint little happy trees and mass manufacture industrial art. All right. What's chat saying? All right, that's about what I expected. Hey, is it live? Yes. No, it is not pre-recorded. That should be good enough. I think we're okay with that. So let's move on to the top side. Normally I'll do a heat gun on that, and I probably should because it'll sort of flow the Vaseline, but I put so damn much on there. There's no way it needs any help getting coverage. I think we're good. There's a little bit on the CPU. We're gonna have to get rid of that. I really should be putting some on the top side of the VRM too. Like you remove the heatsink, but I don't want to spend the time taking the board apart to do that. I'm just gonna try and keep it as cold as we can. So normally, you don't really run into like board killing issues unless you start pushing it when it's acting weird, and then you do. So as long as you kind of shut it down once it starts behaving funny, everything will be fine. Let's see, what's the best way? If I do it this way, I can put the thermocouple maybe up here or in front of the monitor. Okay, cool. There's a rack. Okay. One sec while All right, cool. As soon as I freeze this, it shouldn't really go anywhere. All right. Might be floating a little bit, but that'll resolve itself soon. Okay. Let me read some of the super chats. Adam Kaisia says, let's go. It's winter time. I want some LN2 action. Kit Ello says, I didn't get a 5800X, but I'll give $5 to Tech Jesus or a Computer Wookie. That is the first time I've heard that, but I'll take it. Toys Are for Boys says, here's 666 in Canadian to keep the evil out of your overclocks. I think Joe is not here, so we should be good on keeping the evil out of the overclocks. All right, need a thermocouple reader, need the boot, and then we're gonna be ready to go. We're just gonna boot straight into Windows first and do a stock run without any changes to anything. I'm gonna need some LN2, and then what was the other thing I just said I needed? Yes, there is no CPU fan, that's fine. We don't need a CPU fan. We will plug the liquid nitrogen straight into the fan header. Patrick, can you, in that email I sent you, can you grab Turbo vCore if they, it should be in that thread, it's software, and just on a USB key is fine. All right, catching up on some of this stuff. So I think we just need to tell this thing to not care about the header. It's been a little while since I've overclocked. Oh, thermocouple reader, that's what I said I needed. Since I've overclocked AMD CPU. I'm looking forward though to using it for potentially like a RipJ type thing. Okay. I think, is XMP on or off right now? We'll just go with however it's set up. Then I guess we'll enable XMP and see what happens, and then we'll start doing core overclocking for Cinebench specifically. Let me grab a thermocouple reader. Okay. All right, there's that. That's at like, let's shift these around actually. Okay. That's really sliding the heatsink around. We need to freeze this sooner than later. Thinking we're gonna freeze this now, and hopefully there's a good mount. It's relatively centered at the moment. Maybe a little more that way. Okay, I'm gonna freeze that. So liquid nitrogen, I should have some in here. We've got a brand new tank over there, 180 liters. But this is kind of empty, so we'll fill this up soon. Actually, it's not kind of empty. There's a lot in there. Now there's more on the floor than in the thermos. Okay. Okay, it's not in the first email on the thread? I'll send it again. We're just getting an ASUS tool utility for this. Let's see. Okay. All right. Okay. What's the shelf life of the LN2? Good question. In the Doer, it lasts about 60 days. After like 60 days, it's down around here though. So I'd say there's good shelf life where you'll lose maybe that much of it over a period of like 30 days. And then 45, you're kind of entering the lower area. So that Doer is really good. I like that one. Keyboard. Okay. Actually, I do need a fan for getting the exhaust away from the RAM and stuff. So normally we'll hook up a fan just to direct the LN2 vapors. Do one of these. Where do I want them to go? Probably that direction. And what I'm going to do is just shove a screwdriver through the bottom of that to hold it in place. Let's see. That should be good. That's going to pull vapor away. I'll push it out that direction away from the monitor as well. Might as well plug it into the CPU fan header. Okay, let's get into Windows. Can it run Skyrim? I'm gonna go with yes. I think it can run. I know it's a new game. I know it's really demanding, but I think it can handle it. Does mounting pressure matter for LN2 overclocking? It does, but for this, we're gonna be fine. So definitely a little easier. I mean, it won't slide around and stuff for sure. That makes it easier. Mounting pressure, the pressure is enough from just the LN2 pot. It's so heavy. These things are really dense, and it's all copper. But the real difference is just in if it's kind of held in position, if it's evenly mounted. Okay, so everything's working, cool. We have not stripped down this operating system. I don't want Bluetooth, go away. So it is actually going to be somewhat similar to a user environment. Sometimes we strip down the operating systems specifically to get good scores in overclocking. Just gonna kind of freeze this to start. We'll get a baseline score, then I'm gonna hook up hardware info and check the delta between the LN2 pot and T-die, to the extent that we can read T-die anyway. Currently the LN2 pot's at -3 degrees. That is fully in the LN2 pot now. Shifting a little bit there, which is suboptimal for sure. I might just shove a bunch of towels in there. One, to force it into place, because we're really doing this on the fly today with 4 CPU reviews in the works, and then 2, just to create a barrier against the RAM anyway, so that we don't need to worry about the RAM getting too iced over. GPU, I probably should move to the bottom slot, but I've read that Zen 3 handles PCIe under cold a lot better than the previous Zen architectures. Okay, 10746. This is full stock. This is not XMP or anything else. Now we pull up our spreadsheet of Cinebench numbers, and we can start making some comparisons. So in our actual test suite, with it actually set up properly, let's see what the score is. Is this R15? This is R20. Let's see. Is that R15 or R20? Patrick, your Cinebench sheet in this the enterprise spreadsheet, is that R15 or R20? R15. R15. Okay, cool. We have R15 on here still or no? Okay, that's fine. We'll grab R15 just to get a baseline score. Get out of here, Bing. Cinebench R15. No, we don't want it from there.
It's on the server.
No, I'll just grab it here. Oh, that was R20 also. I guess we're gonna get it from here. Okay. Sure. Download from author. This is just gonna give us a baseline comparison to some numbers we took earlier. Does this OC include 1900 megahertz F clock? Is 1900 easier on 5000? So far, we're not getting the 2000 megahertz IF that people want for sure, but we are actually working on some more, some IF and some memory stuff. We will be running R20, but I just want a baseline comparison. Sorry, WinRAR. It is but a test bench. It won't be alive long enough to pay for WinRAR. Although we would be literally the only people that ever pay for WinRAR, and it would be live on stream. So there is a benefit, I guess. I guess I need to extract that. Okay. All right, R15, let's get that running. Let's close this one. Just for baseline against what our expectations are. Dude, the CPU can run Skyrim without a GPU. Probably true. All right, let's do some super chats while this is getting going finally. So, let's see, got Kit LO, got that one. Deputy Gamer, what's your recommended CPU coolers for these new 5000 series CPUs? The Liquid Freezer 2 is what we use for standardized testing, and all of our overclocking numbers, which you can see in the reviews, are done to the maximum capabilities of the cooler. So we're at the cooler limitations for those, and as such, if you, all right, well, this is giving me issues. So as such, if you look at those benchmarks, you'll see we're at like 4.7, 4.8 gigahertz when we do an all-core OC, and that tends to max out the Liquid Freezer 2. That's a 280 millimeter liquid cooler that we're using. Fans at max RPM, which is not that loud on that one. We have reviews of it if you want the fan noise levels, noise normalized performance, all that stuff. Liquid Freezer 2 280 is at the top of the chart alongside the EK AIO. So we use that, and as far as recommendations, that handles all of them fine. You don't need that much cooling for like the 5600X, certainly, but for 5950, it's pretty good. The limitations come into play at like a 1.3 something volts get V-core and 4.6 to 7 gigahertz all-core OC. That's the point at which you run into issues, and you're at like 85C, which is about TJ Maxx on these things, or close to it anyway. So that's kind of what you need to keep in mind, is if you're overclocking or not. And if not, then the LF2 is definitely fine for the highest end. If you're overclocking, so we almost were able to hold 4.8 on some of the CPUs for everything, but we had to drop down to 4.7 for some applications. And if we had a better cooler on it, so like a 360, for example, then that would have been enough headroom thermal headroom to increase the voltage a little more and get them stable. Hopefully that answers that question. What motherboard? This is an Asus X570 Hero, Dark, that is. It's the new board. And it might not like the memory setting I just gave it. So we're gonna reset that. I think last time I switched to a lower tier of memory for 2D benchmarking just to get it up and running easier. And this memory is really good, but the auto timings, when you do auto timings, do cause issues a lot of the time. Let's see, one of these should be clear BIOS, okay. And I'm gonna pull the SSD so it boots into BIOS directly. All right, cool. Plug that back in once it's in BIOS. Do you need that tilted at all, Andrew? Like, okay, there's BIOS. Yeah, this memory normally does not play well with auto. 36. Let's do timings. Actually, let's turn off everything too. So load line calibration, I typically run at like 3 or 4 on these boards. You don't really want to max it out. Let's try 3 to start with. And we're going to max out the current capabilities. We will disable spread spectrum. We might change this to like 1000 later. And then thermal control we're not going to need to worry about because we're frozen. SoC we're not doing, well, we might as well just, this one I know where I want it anyway, so we'll max that out. And then current capability for memory, we'll do 130%. Okay, that's good to go. Let's see, what else do I want? Spread spectrum we're going to disable. These we're not setting any of this stuff yet, or most of it even today. This board has a cool feature that Roman was talking about where you can set PBO as an option for when your all-core OC is lower than what PBO would give you, which would help in limited boosting applications. Okay, all right, cool. So that stuff should be good. Let's do DRAM. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Let's do DRAM. Let's just tell it 16, 16, 16. 34 should be stable. Leave the rest auto. Save this. as profile name, I don't know, 5950X base. Oh, sure, that's fine too. Baseline. All right. See if that boots this time. If not, I'll switch the memory. Okay, next one. What's, got recommended CPU coolers. Brendan Parks. It's time AMD hits the magic 5 gigahertz. My soul is ready. It already is. It's doing 50-50 megahertz. About to say gigahertz. 50-50 megahertz single core stock out of box for the 5950X. We showed that in our review. So that's pretty good. Not all core there, but we were hitting 4.8 all core on ambient with 2 of the CPUs and I think maybe a third one. Okay, let's switch this memory out. I'm going to probably confiscate a kit that Patrick's got in the testing room. One sec. Do you have a memory kit that's not in use fully? Like RGB?
Yeah, you can.
This one?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take 2 sticks. Okay. I don't know who put all these paper towels in here. All right, that should at least work without tuning. The other kit is super good. It is the best kit we have, but I'm not trying to do a memory overclocking stream right now. Yeah, I'm trying to use something I know works just for all core OC. The 4000 megahertz kit will come into play, but we're gonna wait for our content. We're gonna do some content following up the reviews of memory tuning and some like super tuning tests like we did for the 10600K versus the 3600 previously. So we're gonna revisit that content and we'll be using the high performance memory there, but that I'm actually gonna spend a day tuning it. Last time we did that, I set a rule of, I don't remember if it was 4 hours or 8 hours, but I basically set a limited amount of time I would spend tuning each CPU. And then we said, okay, this is like the actual user tuning experience. How good can you get a 3600 versus a 10600K? So I'm excited to revisit that content with this thing. And, you know, and see if Intel can get close or not. It's kind of the other way around from what it used to be. Where previously it was, you were trying to see if you could get AMD to catch up. Now it's going to be, can Intel catch up with all of its overclocking features? Let's do 4 this time. Okay, current capabilities 130. All right. Hopefully we're in a spot where we can just boot and run this thing now. I think the memory was a little bit too finicky. And while that's going on, I'm going to fill the doer so we can just kind of really get this running and not interrupt it once the LN2 is getting poured. Good, that's a much better sign. So it is booting. So this is going to be loud for a second. I'll talk over it. That way it's not too annoying. And all I'm going to do is just transfer the LN2 into the doer so that we can get more to work with. All right, loud for a second. It's going to sound like an alien is landing. It's actually the noise that that Joe makes when he pulls up in his spaceship. I mean his car. So this is Joe's arrival. It's like his mating call. He stands outside and makes this noise, and then liquid nitrogen dewars just appear. It'll quiet down in a second. All right, so we're gonna let that fill. It's mostly there. I think we're at about probably 50%, 60% full right now. So I'm just gonna get it back up to the top. That way we don't have to interrupt anything while we're going. Okay. Time to do some actual test runs. Let's do a shortcut of this, speed things up a little more. I can't see. create shortcut. Put that over there. And then I'm going to launch hardware info. We're going to look at T-die. One of the things I really want to do is test the frequency at different temperatures. We always do this with these launches. Really helpful because Precision Boost 2 will change the frequency based on temperature. It's normal behavior, it's expected, it's a good thing, but it helps to kind of see where the average, rough average is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split out a T-die temperature. We're going to keep an eye on these cores. And currently it's at 9 degrees Celsius. It's actually dropping because it hasn't done anything in a little bit. So let's run that and let's just get hardware info open. The scores won't really be what I would call valid with hardware info open. It's going to chew away at performance, but will be good for just kind of making sure everything's working properly. Okay, so T-die is about 21 degrees for this run. And it's holding about 40.8 all core. So that is the all core frequency is about 40.8. You can actually see, let me move this over to the left side. You can actually see that it was climbing to 41x as the temperature dropped to about 17. So that's a real demonstration of how Precision Boost 2 works. And what I'm going to do is take notes on this while we go so we can do a recap with the scores. So let's see, I want to do LN2 pot temp, and we're going to do T-die if we have it. We will do average, like kind of eyeball check frequency, not logged or anything. I think that's probably all we need. Score maybe, because why not? It's not really valid, like I said, but it doesn't hurt to track more data. Okay, 10, 581. LN2 pot was at like minus 20, I think. It was about 1 to 1. Or no, it was minus 20 after the test ended. Let's run that again. Let's get a proper log in here. So run that. T-die up. It's actually reading 0, so we're going to let this heat up a little bit because I want to get this up above 0. Once AMD CPUs get below 0, they stop sensing correctly. So it's just going to read 0 until we climb back above. Fortunately, it's really easy to get this to climb because CPU can run hot once we overclock it, but it's definitely warm just running normally. You're in the 120 watt range. So we'll run this a couple times. It'll heat up, and then we'll have a starting point. You can actually see the score improved a little bit. And we're hitting, so check this out. I'm not even trying to, this isn't like what I meant to really log. I'm just trying to heat it up, but you can see 41, 41.5, 41.8. Previously, it was 40.8. So we've gained 100 megahertz just by dropping the temperature by about 20 degrees or so, 17 degrees maybe, because we're below 0, so I don't know exactly where it started. But that shows you Precision Boost 2 at work. And the takeaway here that I want to really, I always try to drive home with this stuff, is that even though LN2 is minus 196 degrees Celsius, that doesn't mean the CPU is minus 196 degrees Celsius. So LN2 can be used just as a tool, like any other tool we use, like a CPU cooler. And we can control the temperature of the CPU very precisely with LN2. So if I pour in here and I control it to 56 degrees Celsius, that would be the same as running, I think it was, yeah, running this thing stock, full stock, with a Liquid Freezer 280. So, you know, if we're using LN2 but we're controlling it, we're starting at 80 degrees C, we're been out to 70, 60, 50, so forth, then all we're really doing is using LN2 to sort of rapidly simulate different sized CPU coolers and show you what the difference is if you buy one cooler versus another. And our CPU cooler reviews will show you which coolers are better and what sort of temperature gradient to expect between them. So that's kind of the advantage of using LN2 for this type of thing. Right now I'm still heating up. I can actually, now that this is done filling, I'm going to grab the torch and just manually heat it up. And get it back to where I want it to start. And take a couple super chats too. Put that on the GN bar runner bar mat on store.camersnexus.net, just in case your torch gets a condensation on it, although I'm not really sure why it would ever do that. How much do you have to use for LN2, I'm assuming? And another CPU cooler question. How much do you have to use? I will probably go through 10 to 20 liters today as it gets hotter, if that helps. That tank, that one over there is 180 liters, and the Dewar is 30 liters. Okay, so super chat. TW624. Is there any reason I should go from 3900X to 5600X if all I'm doing is gaming, specifically VR? VR benefits from single core performance. Honestly, so it's been a while since I've tested VR, but when I last tested it, because you're always trying to hit a certain frame rate anyway, and going above it doesn't really help. Last time I did real VR benchmarking, the CPU mattered so little. I don't know how much it's changed. I guess it would depend on the complexity of the games you're playing. But right now, if you're not having frame drop issues, if you're hitting that steady 90 or whatever the frame rate may be for the headset you're using, then I would say no. If it is dropping frames, if it's not doing what you need, then I would upgrade. So I haven't done any VR testing in a couple of years, but back then I drew a line between, with like game testing, it's kind of like, okay, well there's a gradient of FPS, and you have competitive players, and they want certain frame rates to meet certain refresh rates. Whereas with VR, back when I was testing it, it was really just like, I just want 90, and or I can only use 90. So it seems to me like there's more of a cutoff to where the usefulness ends. But I haven't done anything with VR in so long that I could be completely wrong about that. So that's how I would look at it, though. All right, we're going to manually heat this up. Really good contact, super good contact with the CPU. I'm happy with that. The fact that this has stayed below 0 for so long when the LN2 pot temperature was only -12 is pretty damn good. So great mount, good starting point. You can see we're at like 6 degrees now. What I'm gonna do is bring this up to probably about 75 or 80. I think we might crash at that point if I'm not pouring LN2. So my goal is to bring it up to a point where we can start checking the frequency. And I'll do a demo now. If we look at the frequency numbers, or the multipliers, just multiply by 100 for that, as always, you'll see that those are now in the 39 range. So there's your live demonstration of how Precision Boost 2 works. It has not changed really. I mean, I'm sure there have been tweaks, but the heart of it is the same, which is that the frequency will change based on the temperature. Ergo, choosing a different cooler will actually impact your performance if you plan to use it stock out of box, even if you're not overclocking. I want this to be warmer still, but I guess I can log the data as we go. So we're running at about 40 C now. We're approaching what would be realistic with a really good water cooler in probably the upper 40s. So roughly 39.0 at 38 degrees Celsius. I'm going to write that down. So 30, to pot temperature doesn't matter. T die is 30. Oh yeah, that's right, 38 C or so. Average frequency was what? 39.0, I think. Yeah, roughly 39.0. So what we're just going to keep running this, and we'll start overclocking it. So this will show us how it scales. 5950X scaling. Okay. All right. So now we're at 42. That's not going to be that much different. Still, it's about 39. Let's help it out. Okay. I'm going to do a run at about 45 to 50 for this one. Let's see. As you can see, it's still soaking that heat. All right, so like 53 or so, 52, somewhere in that range. I think it's going to settle at 50 as that load averages out. It's roughly 50, 38.5 and 3. So we're going to call it 38.4. Normally I would log this data, but for live, so we're just going to check it that way. So roughly 38.4 at 50. Like 48 C, I think. Yeah. 38.4X. Let's run it. Oh, you can see the scores dropping too. 98, 99, 82. So that is a great representation of how your cooler choice will affect your out of box performance. I would like to get this at about 55 ideally, but it's kind of hard to predict where the temperature is going to be. It'll be easier when I'm working in the opposite direction. That's about 50. That's not really helpful. Let's heat this up a lot. I'm just going to bring this up to about 60 to 70 or so. There will be a latent effect where the longer I hold this on here, the more it's going to keep climbing after I stop. There we go. So that's climbing a bit. This Allen 2 pot is insane. I haven't really worked with it before. This is the Kingpin T-Rex, the new one. The soak is crazy though. So normally with the ones I normally work with, they heat up a lot faster. They don't hold the temperature as long. So this is pretty cool. Okay. Still trying to heat this thing up. 53, 54, 55, so it's climbing. I'm just gonna bring it all the way back up. Take a second here. I'll probably take a super chat in a second too. 60, 62, 64. Let's just bring it all the way up until like almost 80. 70, 72, 74, 76. Just trying to talk over the noise for you. 80, okay, let's stop there. It's actually probably gonna shut down at some point soon because we're gonna approach TJ Maxx. Okay, cool. Let's run this thing, see how the frequency responds if it stays up, and if it doesn't, then that's, well, 90, it's not going to. Now we can work backwards and it'll be easier. So at about 90C, thermal throttling, there you go right there. So you can see we're in like the 15 range. So that is in fact thermal throttling, that's expected behavior. Let's bring it down a little bit. So this is at 90C, we were at like 11 to 13, doesn't really matter. And okay, so 89, we've climbed a bit, we're at 33. Still definitely throttling. The temperature, if you're wondering why it's falling while the load is running, it's because there's liquid nitrogen in the Allen 2 pot right now and it's boiling off, and that's they're fighting each other. So roughly 33 at like 88 degrees, 33x that is, 88C, 33x. Cool. Now we're really moving. It's falling too fast, but that's fine. Okay, let's run it again. It's going to jump real quick. So there's 80 degrees Celsius. 36 or so, it's like 77 to 80. 36, 35.8, 36. So it looks like 75 to 80 or so is about 36. So 75 to 80, 36x or so. All right. Hardware Info 64. Someone asked the name of the application I'm using right now. Free application. Really like it. I've never actually talked to the developers, but they do a great job on building it out and updating it quickly for new stuff. 9461, I might as well write that down. 9461. Okay, so now we're at 70. It's settling as it. So you can see this boost, like it gets hit hard and then starts soaking. 75C, we're at about the same place, like 35.8, 36. Okay, yeah, same place or so. Let's bring it down a little bit more. It's hard to control this, but I'm going to shoot for about 65 to 70. And it's going to be easier for me to tune it if we keep running it repeatedly while I bring the temperature down. So 70, you can see it's falling still. Let's bring it down a little more. All right, 70 degrees now is about 36.8. Yeah, 36.8 to 37. Let's see, we're falling to 65. So 36.8 to 37. 65 is going to be about 37.3. This is going too fast. Okay, 65, 37-ish. Let's do another run. Keep them going. getting the frequencies as we go down the curve. So we're plotting the precision boost to boosting behavior on the 5950X against the temperature, which will help you figure out how big of a cooler it really needs. Doesn't really matter once you, like, does 2 degrees matter? Does 5 degrees matter? That's kind of the question we're answering. 58C, we're in the 38 range now, up from 37. So about 38, and we've got different numbers in our review, I think, because we have a different motherboard and everything else it's all different. So 38 at about in the 50s. Cool, that's pretty clean scaling. 61 degrees, yep, okay. So let's bring this down to 50 now. Very hard to get this precisely where I want it, but it's this, you see these spikes where it spikes really hard and then falls. That's what's making it hard to tune. So 56, 55, there we go, that's what I want. We're in the 38, it's a bit of a latent follow on the frequency. 38, when I'm saying 38, I'm talking about the multiplier, so that'd be 3800. Okay, falling down to about 55, I think. Yes. Okay. Yep, that's about 38. Cool. The delay, 30 to 60 minutes, seems really long. Well, I mean, I'm trying to actually like provide content too, so it's hard to balance between reading normal chat, doing this, and producing the content we set out to produce, and answering super chats. But we do get all of them, which most people don't. Okay, 9981. So we're at 50. I need to bring this down a little more still. Just dump some in there. Okay, let's take one of these. Got yours. Christopher Baird. I'm not familiar with AMD cards. What is the current state of Crossfire with the current and new AMD graphics cards? Basically dead. Multi-GPU, MGPU will work. 50, run that again. Multi-GPU will still work, so that means through the PCIe slot, any game that supports MGPU will do it. There are not many games. If you look up our 3090 SLI test, that will give you all the games that should work probably with AMD's quote-unquote Crossfire out of box. 38.5 to 8 at 50C. Cool, making progress. 50C, 38.5. Cool. Yes, this is a great use of liquid nitrogen for rapidly simulating how much a cooler matters. Someone was kind of pointing that out. You can see the scores rising too. So 10,075. It's rising because the frequency obviously is going up as we keep dropping the temperature. So yeah, MGPU, if you look up our 3090 SLI test, you'll see how few games support that. Strange Brigade is like a 2x scaling. It's amazing, but not a ton of players. And then Ashes of Singularity, pretty old at this point, basically a benchmark. Not a lot of stuff supports MGPU, unfortunately. 47, so 38.8. Pretty cleanly across there at 47. Okay. Anyway, can you give a quick rundown to the process you are using? Not familiar with liquid nitrogen cooling stuff. Okay, so once we actually start overclocking, which will be soon, I'm trying to get this down a little bit further. Once we actually start overclocking, we will be figuring out where the CPU kind of crashes, where it can stabilize. Temperature-wise, they have a range where they'll work well or they won't work at all. The process you asked about for LN2 is basically, I'm just answering one of the chats right now, but pour liquid nitrogen, well, transfer it from the tank over there, which is a 180-liter tank, into this dewar, which is a 30-liter dewar. Transfer it from the dewar, just because it's easier than out of the hose over there, which freezes, into a thermos. Sometimes we do an additional transfer into a smaller thermos if it's like a smaller LN2 pot, harder to control. Like this, I filled it so high to the top. I'm actually going to transfer again so I don't spill it all over the RAM. And the real goal is to bring the temperature down as low as we can while still keeping the system up, which will allow us to run voltages like 1.8, for example, rather than 1.4 if you were doing this with a liquid cooler. That'll allow us to get much higher frequencies for the all-core multiplier because the temperature is lower. And so we can run higher voltages that are more abusive. You might start killing stuff normally under normal conditions. 40C, we're at 39.3. 39.3. So that is most of the process. Right now, all right, again, the point of this is what now? So kind of a weird question to ask. This is actually the best use of liquid nitrogen. I've explained it like 4 times. So there's extreme overclocking that you can do. And that would be the one where a lot of people say, what's the point? This is simulating in a very accurate way your cooler selection. So if we run this at, I'll give you real numbers, 80 degrees, 88 degrees, we'll get a 33x multiplier. That's 3,300 megahertz all core. 88 degrees might be representative of a very poor tower cooler on a 5950X. If you were to put a liquid freezer 2 on it, you would be closer to the range, at least in this setup currently, maybe 55, 58, somewhere in there. And as you go down in cooler size, you'll land somewhere between the 50s and the 80s. And as you do that, your out-of-box performance will change because the AMD Ryzen and the Zen architecture uses something called Precision Boost 2, which is not Precision Boost Overdrive. They're different. Precision Boost 2 is always there. You can't disable it. PBO is disabled by default and is functionally an overclocking feature. So PB2 is just how it'll change its frequency contingent upon thermals as you use the device. And so if you ever wonder, if I get a 360 cooler versus a 280, I see in Gamers Nexus's CPU cooler test that there's a 3 degree, 4 degree difference between these two. What does that mean for me? So this helps you look at what does that mean for you in terms of frequency outside of the normal noise results. 10262. Okay, hopefully that answers that question. Uh, 33. So now it's at like 39.5. I think the frequencies might have been, I think they were higher in our review, but it's a different setup, so that's fine. As long as it's all the same setup, that is, for the test. 35.5 is like 39.8, okay. So this isn't scaling as aggressively as last time, which is interesting. 10.381. The score is going up gradually just by cooling it down. I'm going to run this cooler now. I want to drop this faster because I want to get into the actual OC stuff. It'll be fun to see how high this can go just by pouring a bunch of LN2 in it, because technically that's not voiding your warranty, but turning on PBO is. Thanks, AMD. 34, 33.5, so it's about 40x now, 31. So it looks like 30 degrees is where we're going to hit a 40x all core with this particular setup. What temp will you not lose the max multiplier? That is what we're going to find out, and I'm really looking forward to it. That's always kind of fun to see. Okay, I can pour out of this one now because I've emptied some of it. Try not to go too ham on this. Normally I just fill the pot and let it go. 17.4 is about 40.5 all core, pretty good. So we are getting clean scaling here. I'm going to call that 40.6 or 7. And that's at about 15 degrees now. So let's call that 15, 40.6-ish. So we've gone up by 60 megahertz. Let's get a score and then run it again. 10.625, that is an improvement of several hundred points actually. So now you can really see it start to shift where the score is going up just by running it cooler. Now we're at a point where you can't do this without chilled anything. So this is out of territory of a standard cooler, and now you're into chilled cooling. About 41 at 8 degrees Celsius. 41x, 8C. Okay. Is Vince in here? Someone said at Kingpin. I don't know if he's in here. He's probably like, what is this? I don't understand. I don't understand what AMD is. They just have Intel stuff right now. So right now, we're just bringing it down to see how PB2, what's the max frequency you can possibly get? What's the most AMD will give you without any overclocking, just technically out of box usage. 4 degrees, we're gonna have to start using the thermocouple soon. 4 degrees, 3-ish, is giving us like 41.3. Okay, that's good to know. So we're still scaling, 30 megahertz there from a 5 degree decrease rather. That's gonna be 10, 729, wow, 100 points from doing literally nothing. Let's run this again. We are now below T-die, it's no longer useful to us. Or we're about to be anyway. And now I'm gonna refer to the pot temperature, so minus 34. It's not as good of a mount as I wanted it to be. Where is it now? Minus 36. What's that going to give us? 41.8. That's looking like it might be about the max. Just because of the behavior, how it's not really changing at all at this point. 10.802, okay? I'll go through a bunch of super chats once we figure out the bottom, like the floor, and the crashing point. I don't have Allen 2 mode on though. Okay, so now minus 50 on the Allen 2 pot. We've just dropped the temperature by, we're approaching a 20 degree reduction from where it was. No, it's still going up. 42.5, that's pretty cool. I mean, that's Precision Boost 2 at work. It's what it's supposed to do, but I just like to see how it scales. So 42.5 at minus 50 pot temperature. 42.5, okay. All right, 11, it's still going up, 11,103, cool. 11,103. And if you like, this is going to create some content that we'll be uploading. So it will be in a recap. We'll make a chart for it and everything. It's about 42,843. 2.8. And if you like this type of work, as always, you can get something awesome from us and also support the work we do by going to store.gamersnexus.net. I will try to shout out a couple orders tonight. So we've got some X570 chipset Metro posters left. I think there's actually one on the wall up there. We only did a couple runs of those. We had one final batch that we made, and we're not going to make them anymore. So I think there's maybe like 70 of those left. There's not a whole lot. But this is the poster. It's an X570 chipset diagram, like as in, you know, AMD's chipset, laid out as a subway or metro or underground type of map. So it's accurate. You can actually see the chipsets down here, CPU's up here, and this is for like Zen 1, Zen 2 type of stuff. And we've got PCIe lane layout, and then the tertiary layouts. So if you want to pick one up, store.gamersnexus.net. I think there's about 70, so those will sell through pretty quickly. And then we've got the mats, the mouse mats. These are the wireframe mouse mats. We have like a blue rubber on the backside. Really expensive to do this, but we didn't add it to the cost. So it was, we had a set cost we wanted to hit, and then I was like, yeah, let's throw that in. That's super cool. So that was kind of hard to get done right. Blue stitching on the border, and then cool PC component layout. And you can find that on the store. Those are on back order now. If you back order it, you're guaranteed to get one in the next run, of which we keep selling through all the time, every time they arrive. And those will arrive in the next couple weeks. They'll ship out immediately. All right, 11,143. Let's run this. We're pretty close to the bottom of this, I think. I'm going to plunge this to like minus 80. What is the multiplier? Currently, so it's all auto right now. It's just PB2, 42.8 at a minus 60 pot temperature. 43, it's going up, so it's still climbing. Really curious what the max is going to be. 43, okay. So minus 72. It's about 43, like 1 by the end of it, and then 11,233, okay. Plunge it some more. You can see that we're getting the ice on the KP pot. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, kingpincooling.com is where I've gotten a lot of it. That's from Vince, who makes these. Okay, 43.3 multiplier at minus 82. It is definitely slowing down. Definitely not getting as much change. It's still going to be a score increase, though. Still 43.3, minus 86 now. Really not changing. There's a 43.5, 11,257. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay, good to know. The LN2 pot just hit minus 90 degrees. I will try to turn on LN2 mode, and then we'll get to actual overclocking at this point. But for now, that crash, you'll get a crash once it gets cold. Sometimes they can handle lower temperatures than others. Without LN2 mode on, it doesn't normally handle quite as well. So we do need to go enable that as soon as we reboot. I think it's trying to get into Windows right now, so I don't really want to mess with it and blow up Windows or something. So we're just going to heat this up manually. It's at minus 100 degrees right now. There's definitely a keyboard plugged in, so cold is giving it issues. Windows, stop. Windows. Nobody wants this. I'm going to unplug the SATA cable in a second here once I know it's not trying to boot to Windows. I think we're safe to hit the reset button. Okay. All right. Probably helps if I turn it on. I'm going to bring this down to about minus 80. Down, up is what I really mean. It's at minus 100 now. Okay, is that going to work? We're still at minus 94, but it did try to come back. So this is sometimes they just have more issues with cold than others. You really want it to be able to do full pot, like completely frozen, filled LN2 pot, but sometimes they can't handle it. There we go. Okay, let's get some of the features on now. I think we've still lost USB here, so I need to warm it up some more. Minus 80. Take a super chat. Yes, just testing for stability and temperatures. Okay. Felipe Castillo says, greetings from Brazil. Greetings. Big Bald Gaming says, we thought the stream got scalped like the 5000 series did today. Already on eBay. Is it really? I mean, I guess that's not surprising, but that's very unfortunate. Okay, cool. We're back. Next one. Alexander Spragle says, video looks good with the new stuff. Excited to catch this live stream, even though I missed out on not getting the CPU this morning. Yeah, I did not check on the, I just hit the reset button, the reboot button. I did not check on the availability of the CPUs at launch, but I heard that people saw them for a little bit and then they disappeared. Stale Moves McGee says, brother just built an Intel PC. Should he rebuild? I mean, it's not like we were making this joke earlier. So Andrew, behind the camera, recently bought a 3900 XT, and unfortunately that whole system is I mean, you've thrown it out, right, Andrew? Andrew threw it in a trash compactor. It's just a cube now. Because as you all know, once a new thing comes out, the old one is it's garbage. It doesn't matter how good it used to be. It sucks. And it doesn't matter if the 3900 XT was good 2 days ago, because now there's a 5900, and so that means the 3900 XT is garbage. So I wonder how many people are going to believe that. No, if you built a system recently, Intel or not, if you're happy with it, or in this case, if who is this? Stale Moves McGee's brother is happy with it, there's no reason to rebuild. Like, you made a good decision, presumably, when you built the system, based on the information you had, based on what was available. There's no real reason to feel regret over a system build. You know, just be happy that you obviously were pretty confident in your choices when you picked it. And so I would just stick with that, because new stuff always comes out, and it's always going to, there's always going to be a launch right when you build something. So that's how this industry works. So there's really no point in feeling buyer's remorse. Okay, we've got that set as RAMs at 1.35. Let's go to AMD overclocking. I have not done AMD overclocking too much, other than just the like the non-LN2 stuff on this. I haven't done AMD LN2 overclocking for a little while. Let's find LN2 mode. Maybe it's this one. Enable. Don't really want PBO. We're going to do that ourselves. Leave IF alone, because it'll be 1-to-1 right now, and we're only at 3200 megahertz for RAM. We'll do RAM stuff later. All this we can currently leave alone. VDDG we might bring up later if we try to do anything with IF. Now I'm going to save a profile. I'm going to call this base, I guess. Base. Well, that would be ASE. Okay, let's plug in this thing and boot. And then what I'm going to do is install Turbo vCore, which will allow us to change the frequency and everything else in the OS. A $200 super chat. Wow, that is a lot. Meta says, I'm where I'm at because of people like you all. Stay badass. Well, like I always say when we get donations like that, one, thank you very much. Two, I'm never sure what to say and a little uncomfortable when the donations are $200. We appreciate it, but I'm always like, every time I say this, I think of Paul from Paul's Hardware, when one time when we were probably like 50,000 subs at the time, and in one of his streams I saw they got a $100 donation, and Paul's reaction was the same as mine right now, where you're like, wow, I don't know what to say. And then he said, well, I don't know what to say, but I hope you're independently wealthy. And then he moved on. But thank you very much. All right, let's get this in. I'm curious what kind of job. I'm assuming it's a tech job. It's because they referenced their job. That was Meta sent that one. Nostra Famous, $5, thank you. Says Beef Sturk FTW IC3X 69420 ROG Gamer. That is in fact the name of the motherboard. It is all of those things. They're really going for that gamer market. I'm sure they'll sell a lot of them. I think we're safe to plug that in now. Okay, Andrew, I'm not sure how we've got this drive set up, so I guess, yeah. All right, so I'm just gonna grab Asus Turbo vCore as soon as I remember how to use a mouse. Okay, yes, I believe that is the correct button. All right, here it is, Turbo vCore setup. Gonna extreme install software right now at minus 55 degrees. You won't get this anywhere else. So we're just installing this. This will allow us to, like I said, overclock it in the OS. Much faster, way more stable. Chris sent 5950. Wow, that works well, and thank you very much. It says, may the silicon gods bless you with 6 gigahertz. We'll see. We'll find out soon. Now we're actually going with the OC. Sure, we'll restart Windows. Why not? Jared M, how's the 5950X on water? Did really well. So in our review, I think we ran it at 5. I'm going to mute this while I put this. I think we ran it at, I said 5, at 4, 6, or 7, depending on the application. That was on water. That was a Liquid Freezer 2, 280 mil cooler, and ran really well. So that was pretty close to the max. I think if you went to like a 360 in that scenario we had set up, and you can look up the vCore get in our power charts if you're curious what voltage we ran. A lot of it's like 1.34 volts for set, and like 1.309 or so. Gets you kind of a pretty good number. That's not the max frequency you'll get, but very good voltage for the frequency you're getting. Let's see. But 5950X I think is where I would consider maybe running like a I don't know, a 360 instead of a 280, but everything else is great on a 280. Okay, here we go. Cinebench R20. Can somebody in chat, by which I mean this is going to be everybody, can somebody do a Google search for like AMD R9 5950X Cinebench R20 and find a stock score, not an overclocked one, and tell me what the stock scores look like they are on average? We just ran it a bunch, but I want to make sure what kind of is being reported out there. Okay, let's do, it looks like vCore voltage. Is that going to be an offset? That's going to be an offset. That's kind of annoying, but I can deal with it. Advanced. So we want CPU ratio. Let's just go ahead and set this to like, let's start at 48. Yeah.
Single thread or multi-thread?
Multi.
Just under 10K.
Okay. Oh, really?
Just under, sorry. Yeah, 10K.
10K? Okay, cool. I see some people posting scores that are very low. I'm assuming that's maybe R15. Different benchmarks. I'm hearing, yeah, it looks like about 10K, 9,000, 10K is what people are saying. 632 single. Okay, cool. This will be lower single at these settings. Voltage. How's chat? Is chat behaving? I'm getting sighs from the impromptu moderator. Yeah. Keegan's trying to edit videos and he's also moderating, so you're slowing him down on the editing. Okay, let's get hardware info open. I don't like the offset. I'm assuming this is an offset because it says 00 right now. I don't want to type in like 1.7 and blow it up. So I'm gonna just open up hardware info and we're gonna set it. Actually, I'm gonna lower this too. Oops, wrong thing. I'm gonna lower this to something that'll definitely run, probably. And then run it kind of auto. And just see what the voltage says it is. Assuming it works at this setting. 1.104, that is very, very low. Okay, so let's then set CPU vCore, let's do like a 0.1 increase. So is that gonna set 0.1? Oh, that looks about right. Okay, I think that's the one I was looking at. Let me increase that again. So 1.176. What? Okay, there we go. It lagged like crazy. So let's do that. Let's run it again. 11436, huh? I'm not even doing anything yet, and that's 1,000 points over the stock number people were putting in chat. vCore 1.231. Okay, cool. This is working as expected at this point. Very good. Let's just bring this up to like a 1.5 or 6 or something. vCore 1.281. Plenty of room here. Can't drag the slider while it's running stuff, apparently. So we're going to really be blasting the power on this. 1.4. I've got LLC set to level 3, which is not too aggressive intentionally. I want it to drop a little bit, 1.425. We might have to increase LLC later though. Right now I'm just getting the voltage where I want it because I can't just type in a number, unfortunately. Okay. 1.462, let's start with that. So let's bring this up to like 48x, and oops, that's obnoxious. Let's bring this up to 48x and see how that goes. Did I pin this already? Yes. Is this pinned? Yes. Yes, okay, cool. All right, here we go. Getting some real, actual runs in now. We're at minus 56. So I'm gonna start really bringing this down. We're gonna figure out where the thing crashes now that LN2 mode is on. From what Roman, I think, was saying in his video, Der Bauer, go check him out on YouTube if you haven't. Der Bauer was saying they seem to be a little bit all over the place for the stable temperatures this time. So we're going to have to find where ours is. 12499. That's, what is that, a 48 or something? So 12499 at about minus 80 pot temperature. And I'm going to have to wait till this is done to see what my frequency was that I set. Cool, actually doing stuff now. Cole Markland sent $5. Thank you. Said, let's scroll down. Cole Markland said, continuing my trend of sending super chats since I use an ad blocker. Thank you for all the great content. Well, thank you very much. We don't blame you for using one. I very much appreciate that you are still trying to cover for the not using one. Of course, don't have to, but much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so let's see what frequency that was, and then bring it up some more. So that's 12,508 points, and when we were running this just cold with PB2, we're at 11,257. Let's just go to 50. 50 all core. It can do it on a single core. So when it's this cold and when the voltage is that high, shouldn't really be a problem on all core. It might crash at some point. Like I said, I like how, do you like how much my fan is doing? It's really helping keep the vapors off the bench. Really doing a lot. Good job, Noctua. Keep trying. Normally I use like a 3000 RPM fan to pull the vapor away, and it works pretty well. Unfortunately, because we're streaming, I try not to use the fans that loud. So it's doing a little bit, but not a whole lot. Anyway, this is at 55 gigahertz now, all core. That's at about minus 97 degrees Celsius for the Allen 2 pot, 13004. And then the frequency was 50. Okay. Someone says 12 times faster than a Sempron FX 8 core. We actually had some power numbers for the FX 9590 in our review of these CPUs. So if you want to see the 5950 versus the 9590, because they have the same two numbers repeated in them, then you can see that in our review. Pretty good so far. Let's keep bringing it up. How about let's do scaling every 100 megahertz so I can plot it, so that we can build a good graph at the end of all this for the video. I'm going to keep it at minus 100 until it starts having issues. Ryan Peterson, what CPU is it? It is an AMD R9 5950X. That is a reference to an old meme. And this one is kind of taking the place of that old meme. I think it was the 7980XE originally. Alex Nelson, $5, thank you. Just bought an EVGA 3090 Ultra now. Now I'm nervous. I should have waited for the 6900X. I do CAD, video, photo editing. Did I mess up? If any of the stuff you do uses CUDA, then there's not much compensating for that, no matter how good the 6900X is. So, did you mess up? I mean, I guess the questions are, do you use the memory? If the answer is yes, then no, you're definitely good, because it does have reduced memory on the 6900X. Next question is, do the applications you use CUDA or optics, in which case you don't have much of a choice. You're kind of stuck in that ecosystem. So then the answer is no, once again. If you could have waited and it didn't affect your workflow and the stuff you do doesn't use CUDA, I mean, they're basically at parity anyway, so mess up in this instance would be unfortunately just wasting money. But you're in the return period, and you can definitely still sell that card if you really regret it later, because people are trying to get it and they can't. I generally try not to feel bad about my purchases after I've made them, though. There is a line to be drawn, though. There's that line where people go then post comments harassing other people who bought that thing. I've seen you on Build a PC. I know you're there. Don't do that. That's not cool. But if you're trying to justify it to yourself, then that's whatever. Sure. So that was 51X. We're going to do 52X now. Alex Nelson sent $5. Oh, I got yours. Martin H. sent $5 as well. May the clocks and scores be high. So far, they're looking pretty good. So this is a 51X run, or 50, is it 51 or 52? I think we're at 52 now. 52 now. Okay. Jesse Walmer, $5. Did you or will you do any AMD 5Ks on a B550 board? I did not. I'm not sure if I will. We're so busy with the review process. 13482. Thank you for reminding me, though. I kind of forgot about that option because we're so busy with everything else. Allen 2 pot temperature is minus 75 only. That was a 52X, and that was a 240 point increase in score. I think Roman was at 58X, and it sounded like he ran out of LN2 once he hit that point. So only because he ran out of LN2 and I won't, we might be able to pass Roman. I don't know what his Cinebench score was. Mine's probably less efficient because the memory is not really set at all, but I'd be happy to pass his multiplier, if only because I have more liquid nitrogen than he does. Kind of unfair, but that's the way it is. Let me ask, let's see.
For what?
Did Rowan post a Cinebench score with his overclock?
Yeah.
If I'd be curious what that is to see if we can maybe pass it.
14,500.
14,500 even?
43.
43. Okay, thanks. So Roman scores 14,543. 13,781. It's going to be Rip Roman, hopefully, until he orders more LN2. Okay. 13,781. That was at like minus, let's see, minus 94. And that's 53x, okay. I get more super chats in a second. We're going to crash at some point here because I'm going to need more voltage for sure. And because we're going to keep running it colder and I don't know where it's going to become unhappy. And then I'll have to burn it. Not the LN2 pot, the CPU. We'll set it on fire. Mike Hudson, Stephen Holt team, I command you to keep being awesome. Hear that, Andrew? He commands us. Patrick, you are hereby commanded by Mike Hudson to keep being awesome.
Do we get a raise?
He says, do I get a raise? I don't know, Mike. Send him an email. Let him know. Ryan Peterson. Guys, I know it's the 5950X. It's a throwback stream. Yeah, so he's referring to the chat, I think. Who's Roman? Excellent question. Roman is another alien, just like Joe. Roman is a YouTuber. Dare Bauer is his channel name. Dare Bauer. So he does a lot of overclocking. He had an overclocking video for his launch video for the 5000 series. So the score he posted was about 500 above where we are right now. I think, if I can trust Keegan, who is also trying to moderate chat. So who knows? Minus 110. And that was a 54, I think. Let me get another super chat. I saw one come in. I'm going to go through hopefully all of these. Robert Johnston says, thanks for the $100. Wow, $100 New Zealand. I always forget that if we stream at this time, it's in fact a different time in other parts of the world. And so we get a lot of Australia and New Zealand viewers around this time. Thanks for the interesting content and not taking bribes like free flights, accommodation, and meals. Apparently we're taking them from you though. So I was telling one of the manufacturer reps recently, and I said, I feel like the companies should be asking us how much the viewers paid us to say something sometimes. So yes, no, if you don't know, for people who are watching, we, at this point actually for the last couple of years now, we pay for all of our own flights to events. There's a few reasons. So I've always paid for the flights to conventions, but then for like launch events or architecture days, they make it so hard to take control of the itinerary, and when you're a lot smaller and you don't have any money, like several years ago for us, then you let them pay for the flight and you cover the event. It's really not that much of an ethics concern, in my opinion, because no one actually wants to fly across the world all the time to sit then in a hotel conference room and learn about something that you could learn in your own country or online. But we stopped letting them pay for the flights for a lot of reasons. One was there is potential conflict. Another one is I want to control my own itinerary. So if I go there and they have events that suck, we can just stay in the room and do other work, and no one has any control over what we're doing. Because it's like, well, we paid to be here, so your fault for not putting on an event that was actually worth our time. So that's why we took total control over our own itinerary and everything else. And we can afford it now. So Robert Johnston asked a question with this, said, quick question, in the good old days of hard drives, you got performance gains having OS on separate physical drives to games. I do remember that. Any performance gain doing this with the M.2 drives? I don't think so for games. You're mostly talking loading times, and those are pretty maxed out at this point. I think where we're going to start seeing changes in I.O. performance is going to be with, AMD is using direct storage API from Microsoft. So once that's rolled out, I think we'll finally start seeing some change in the performance for like load times and scene loads, loading different cells in games. And then RTX I.O. potentially has room to improve as well. But once you're talking SSDs, one to the next, there's not a huge difference. I think there was a benchmark recently done, I want to say by Hardware Unboxed, and that one had some numbers on it. But for the most part, once you're at a certain class of drive, it doesn't change a whole lot. Let's see. Alec Ulrich. Hey, just want to say thank you for everything for the community. Love the mouse mat. Well, thank you. Glad you got one. The response on the mouse mat has been probably the strongest, most vocal, positive response we've ever seen on any of the products. The mod mats too, but the mouse mats really blew up Twitter and everything. So glad you got one. They're on store.gamersnexus.net for those of you who would like to pick one up yourselves. We have them currently on back order, but they are going to be in very soon. So right now, I think we're a couple weeks out. The date's listed on the store page. You can look at it and see when it's going to ship. We're very accurate with those dates. We don't try to move it forward. So that's very accurate on store.gamersnexus.net. And if you back order one, you're guaranteed to get one in the next run. And at this point, it's not too far away. Okay. 54. Let's bring that up to 55. We're still at only about like 1.475 volts or so. Let's pour some LN2. It's at minus 93 still. Oh, there we go. That's a crash, so I'm going to need some more voltage on this. I might have to heat it up now. Let me take a super chat while I do that. Jason Marr says, $5. Thank you. Says, hope you're doing well, Mr. Tech Jesus. Can't wait to see how well the new Ryzen goes. It is going very well so far. Kyle Homer sent $100. That is entirely too much, but thank you. Says, I use my Radeon 7 to heat my room. I love that that's the message. Hey, I mean, it's a good space heater. It really is. AMD, in fact, said that 110 degrees is normal. So, you know, you definitely got a good space heater there with it. Okay, it's minus 113. It's still up. That's cool. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pour without anything running and just see when it crashes, when we get a black screen, because I'd like to know, because then I'll be able to be more precise in the settings I'm applying without having to be worried about if I'm going to, yeah, there we go. So that was minus 130 on the LN2 pot. Sometimes the CPUs go lower, sometimes they don't. I'm going to have a hard time burning the LN2 while it's still in the LN2 pot. But we're going to try. We're going to fight. We're going to fight negative fire with positive fire here. And currently I'm losing. It is a hot torch, but it's oh, there we go. We're starting to win. Minus 140, minus 135. Just bringing it down. All right. There we go. So now it's falling pretty fast on its own. I'm just going to let it go. Okay. Let me open up tabs. I don't have enough tabs because Andrew hasn't used this computer yet. We need to build a new workstation for Andrew because it's currently a 3175X with an SR3, and there's kind of limited memory slots with that setup, and Andrew likes a lot of tabs open. I think you have 48 gigabytes in there right now, which really isn't enough for the proper way for use of Chrome for someone who does the design work on products and editing. Okay, so it is at minus 130 and it's alive. So it crashes a bit beyond minus 130. That's good to know. Let's get Turbo vCore open. And has it kept my settings? No. Okay, cool. The slider actually works here. Apply CPU ratio. Let's bring this up to 55. Let's just bring this up all the way. Damn it. I clicked undo. Oh, I found a bug in their software. Asus, I found a bug, if you're watching. If you click undo, but then you don't change, this setting was still at the edge, even though I had undone the setting, and it wouldn't let me reapply it. Apply. Okay. Cinebench. I should have clicked the shortcut. Done all this work to create a shortcut, and I didn't use it. All right. Let me do a couple store shout-outs, then I'm going to look at the normal chat. All right, couple store orders. Thank you to those of you picking stuff up on the store. So we had one from Dennis in Denmark. Awesome. Always cool to see people all over the world, especially when we stream at these hours. Dennis picked up a wireframe mouse mat and a GN bar runner. Thank you. We really appreciate that. The bar runner's the newest thing we have on the store, and they are a rubber bar mat that's been molded with like CPU pins and VRM MOSFET components, other stuff. Chris in Austin, Texas, picked up a wireframe mouse mat. Thank you, Chris. I lived in Austin briefly when I was working at Dell. Ben from Illinois picked up a wireframe mouse mat. Thank you, Ben. Do one more here. And then Thomas from Albuquerque, which has the best name, picked up a wireframe mouse mat as well. Okay, so 14178. It did, in fact, complete the test. Awesome, that's good. That is at a 55X. That means our scoring, I think, is a little bit less efficient than Roman's. Probably he had some more tuning on it, but maybe we can brute force a victory anyway. Let's do 56. Close that, run, okay. What's chat saying? Let me check in on the chat. Oh God, they're saying a lot of things. Oh, it crashed, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna need to bring that colder to get it to hold. What graphics card is in the bench today? It is completely under NDA. It's one of the highest performing video cards in the world right now, and we can't say anything about it. When Andrew saw it on the bench, he said, "What happened to the graphics card?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Where's the rest of it?" So that's how you know. That's how you know it's high end. I think it's a 1030. The reason we use them for this is because condensation does build up. I don't want to have to worry about an actually good video card being near a whole bunch of LN2 vapors. And it's smaller, it's easier to work around, and it doesn't really matter for 2D. So just kind of, I don't know. Honestly, these cards, the small crappy ones, have grown on me for test benches specifically, especially because they're quiet. Because they don't actually do anything. They are incapable of producing any like 3D output for the most part. So very good for this kind of stuff. Okay, where did we crash? Was it 56? I'll get the super chats and the chats in a second. Sorry, it crashed right when I was about to look. So it was 56 we crashed. I need more voltage. Don't know how to get more voltage out of this application. I guess I can set the, I'll set vCore higher in BIOS if it crashes again. Let's bring it down colder first, because if it doesn't work here, I'm gonna have to reboot anyway and get into BIOS, so we might as well just freeze it. I'm gonna wait for it to get to about -130. It's at -120 right now. Okay, -125, so we're gonna run it before it gets too cold and shuts down. See if it can survive. If not, then I'm going to increase vCore in BIOS, and then the offset will do more in Turbo vCore. But we can't increase it too much. I think there's a bug right now with the new AGISA, which is the binary that builds, it's the baseline binary. 14497, what was Roman's? 14543, we are so close to Roman's score right now. Roman, you're going down if that's still your score. Roman is Der Bauer on YouTube, if you weren't aware. That's 56. The score I'm trying to beat right now, 14,543. That is, in fact, the Bauer's score. So Der Bauer's score, a couple points ahead. We can do it. It might crash a little bit along the way, but I think I can get there with 57X, and I think he was at 58. I do need it to be colder, though. Let me take a super chat while I'm filling this up. Actually, I was going to look at the normal chat. Let's do that. So we have Greg Scott says, this is so interesting to watch. I have no idea what he's talking about. That's awesome. I'm not sure if you're like a normal viewer of the channel and you just haven't seen it before, or if you've never really seen our channel. But either way, that's always fun for me to see, because it's neat to see new people get introduced to this kind of stuff. So what I'm talking about is just overclocking CPUs, brand new AMD CPU, the Ryzen 9 5950X, 16 cores. Someone just said you're 1,000 points off of the world record. I'm assuming that's on Hardware Bot. Please tell me in chat, what is the world record right now? Someone can look up. It's probably on Hardware Bot, hwbot.org, I think it is. That would be helpful. Brian Gregoire said, just wanted to thank you. I got into watching mountain biking on YouTube, and I'm now looking into buying my first one as an adult. Tons of good trails throughout South California. Yes, so first of all, awesome that you're getting into mountain biking. For those of you who don't know, I post a couple mountain biking videos, not too many, but on the GN Steve channel. And so first first bike, a lot of people kind of put the bikes away and then come back to them later. So first bike as an adult, the question was, just looking into buying one, no question. Yeah, tons of good trails in that area. I've ridden there a couple times, so I super busted my face up at, what is it called? Something Oaks, Santiago Oaks, I think that's it. It's near, I left from Fountain Valley and went there. It was too dusty. I didn't know how to ride in drought. 15.517 is that world record? Thank you. I saw 15.517. And then another great world record, 16.969. I guess it depends where they're looking. 15.517 AMD percent speed run world record. Okay, 15.517. I'm seeing more of those. I'm going to target that. Other great place to ride if you're in Southern California is it's a bit of a drive, but every time I am there, I try to go over to Mammoth Mountain. Is amazing. It's closed right now, I think. But Mammoth Mountain is a ski resort, and they have a bike resort open in the summer. It's advanced riding, but they have a couple of green trails that can introduce you to downhill. Really fun, long drive, but pretty good. Okay, let's see. What else is chat saying? Good day from Australia. Sitting here with a broken hand after a mountain biking accident. Ouch, sorry to hear that. Is that shirt for sale on the GN store? Yes. This one's actually really, I've probably had this one since we made it. When did we do this design? 2017 or something?
Sounds about right.
I think this shirt's from 2017, so it's doing pretty well, considering I wear it like once a week for filming. Yes, it is on the store. It's listed as the anniversary edition shirt, or teardown. Let's try 57.50. I don't want to push my luck too much here. We're going to go up for 58, but I might have to reboot first. All right, so transfer because I have too much on the thermos. We're probably going to have too much condensation buildup at some point, but we'll see how far we can go. I don't want to blow up this fan. Okay, oh, minus 130. That's the shutdown on this one. Okay, get into BIOS, and we're going to raise vCore from BIOS and then do the offset in Turbo vCore. Pretty happy with the perfs so far. So CPU core voltage, let's just do like a 1.4. And actually 1.5 is probably a little bit easier. And let's boot that. Hopefully that doesn't break things. There's some bugs in the BIOS. Not ASUS, but the AGESA stuff, what AMD provides. John Benham said, what RAM frequency are you running? Thank you for the $5. RAM frequency is just 3200, not doing anything special at all. This is just a 3200 kit CL14 because we're just doing Cinebench, so it doesn't matter too much. Scotty P said, finally, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Lewis Jones, $5, said, hi. Hi. Vocaloid, what graphics card is that? Can it run Crysis? I'm not sure, and no. Jared Mulconry. PC Case Gear in Australia has stocks of 5600X, restocking 5800X in a few days. 5950 didn't arrive in time for launch, so pre-orders are currently being taken. Okay. Thank you for the information. It's helpful sometimes to know what's happening in the other regions. I'm going to read through a couple more of these super chats just to get caught up to about the 1 hour delayed mark. KCMSTERPCE says, no bad overheating jokes this time. Just wanted to say thanks for the hard work. I do remember that name because I remember reading it letter by letter last time. Much appreciated. Oh, they've spelled it out for me. KC Masterpiece. Thank you. David Does Tech Stuff says, the legendary GT710. I see you are a man of culture. Is it? Or is it a, I think it's, I don't know if it's a 710 or a 1030, but they're basically the same thing. I can't read it, but it doesn't matter. Yes, we are definitely people of culture with GPUs like that. That is taking up a whole slot on the shelf when we are having trouble fitting anything else on the shelves right now. That's what we've decided to use space with. All right, so let's go for 58. 57.5 was asking a little too much, but the voltage was lower. And actually, I'm going to do the same thing as last time. I'm going to bring this down to like, whatever, 36. And then, oh, there we go, V-core voltage, perfect. Okay, now I can actually just control it manually. That is much easier. Let's just do 1.6. Now let's do 58. Hopefully going down Roman. I think if it didn't crash right now, we would have gotten Roman. That would have taken him down for sure. But it crashed. Only minus 110. I might change LLC settings, but I think for now we'll just try setting that again with a less aggressive V-core. It's not doing anything, so it's not like hurting it. 1.6, 1.5, you absolutely should not set if you're using it with a normal cooler. But for this, it's fine. We've got it extreme cold for a reason. It's really the temperature that you need to start worrying about. And that's not a problem for us here today. All right, let's take Roman out this time. So 1.55 should be plenty. I think we're at 1.475 last time. And then let's just do 57.5 and see if it works. Sometimes incrementing it slowly helps a little bit with maintaining stability. I'm going to pour some LN2 in there. We also might hit condensation issues at some point. Especially because there's vapor all over the board. Minus 129. Okay, let's get this running before it crashes from cold. Minus 128. Go! We're right on the edge of beating Roman's score, which is 14.543. We're at 14.497 right now. I think I can do it. Okay, someone asked what the torch is for. It's for heating the LM2 pot when I bring it too cold. So right now it's dropping, and I think we're gonna have to heat it up specifically because it crashed right when I poured a bunch of LN2 in it. And so that just means that it's gonna keep plunging until we manually heat it up, and this just makes it faster to recover and get things working again. Okay. Origin XT, as a 10980 XE owner, do I start crying? No, you do that when you bought it. It's past that time. Aurora Camo, would you recommend a 5800X as a decent upgrade over a 3600? We have a review of that I think is probably just finished being edited and will be going up sometime overnight. I don't particularly like the 5800X. It's the one that I feel like is a really oddly positioned part. If you can afford it, the 5900X makes a lot more sense to me, or the 5600X. The 5800X really only makes sense if you're doing more than gaming, and if you absolutely can't budget for the 5900X, but you're still doing a lot of workstation tasks. But if you're just gaming, the 5600X gives you basically everything that the 5800X does, and you save, what, 150 bucks or something like that. So, not a big fan of the 5800X compared to the other three that AMD launched today, technically still. Let's try 57 just to get it working. .55. All this should be good. Apply. Okay. It's minus 108 right now. Nope. So we're going to try this at a frequency we already ran, just to make sure everything's still working properly. Okay, that's going to plunge fast, so we're going to start this now. I think condensation might be our problem at the moment, which I can potentially solve. If we freeze the hell out of it, though, that would definitely solve it. There is water on there, but there's also a lot of Vaseline on there. Okay, while this is coming back, I'm just going to try and freeze a bunch of the water. While this is coming back, let me take some chats. Let's see. I do more than gaming, still on 8086K. Probably going to wait and see what 11th gen Intel has to offer. That should be first half of 2021. Is the CPU's minimum temperature lower or higher than other products, similar products? This specific one, I would say we can't get it quite as low as our 3950X. It's close, but I'd like to be able to do like minus 180 or something. But we're kind of stuck right now at like minus 130, which is going to cause problems for those higher voltages. Okay. Edunkerson, is that motherboard an early review sample? I don't know if it's retail or not. It's not early. Like, we got it a couple days ago, so it's definitely not early. Sage Hero, $5. Thank you. What do you think of the 5800X? I just answered that. Got mine this morning. Planning to use it. Play encode video for Twitch streams. Okay, that's a good use case that I didn't mention. Yeah, so 5800X does start to make more sense if you're doing stuff like Twitch streaming while playing games. Then there's a decent argument versus the 5600X. That price increase I'm just not a big fan of because I would have liked to see, I don't know, like a $50 cheaper part in that class. So that makes it kind of tough to justify in some ways. Okay, I think I want to change something in BIOS to help with stability potentially. Might increase VSOC too, just because we definitely have room for it. Okay, next question. Unplug SATA so we can get into BIOS easily. Matthew Humphrey, looking to upgrade my 2700X to the 5800X, but I want to see a lot of interest in the 5800X. I want to see how the memory share works with the 6000 series first. Yeah, so this Matthew Humphrey here is referring to Smart Access Memory, which will be part of RDNA 2 and Zen 3. We are definitely going to be testing that as soon as I get the cards in and as soon as the embargo lifts. We'll be able to talk about that for sure. It's going to make GPU reviews really complicated, like really overly complicated for sure, for a while, because we're going to have to probably run 2 benches in tandem, and that's really hard to maintain. Okay. Let's go to level 5. I'll leave that alone for now. I might go up to like 1,000 later. Okay. I think N2 mode is still on, so we should be good there. Honestly, I might move the video card. That's not too much water. Next one. Light Peach, still waiting for the Galahad review to drop. Yeah, well, as soon as all the silicon stops coming out, we will be able to do that. The data is mostly there, I just need to write it. But considering I just wrote 4 CPU reviews, and now we're working on memory testing and stuff, it's a little while out.
Anything I was working on is done.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want me to do while I'm here?
No, we do the rest of it tomorrow.
Okay.
If you set them to render, though, that'd be good.
The one needs an add.
I'll figure that one out. I guess the
other one's already.
okay, cool. Sounds good. See it. Okay. Let's see if this works a little better. I raised the LLC. And I'm going to go with a higher ratio. Actually, no, we're going to try 57 again. Just to make sure this thing actually works. Minus 111, still plenty cold. Just drop the LN2 vapor in there. I think it might be bugged out from water. There is a bit of water on the back, but the Vaseline is mostly keeping it at bay. Or ice, I should say. So, at this point, there's not a ton I can do. Other than maybe in BIOS bring it back down a little bit. LN2 is so much quieter than any other cooling. F-clock's good, auto, that's fine. Let's see, what can I do on this? Maybe let's do like 1.45. Maybe it's, I know there's bugs with Agisa. try that. Okay. When is Intel 11th gen? Should be first half 21. So it's a long way out. Where's my super chat? I paid for it. Yes, I'm reading them all in the order that they came in. Give me time. I'm also trying to put on a show, produce data that we can use, address normal chat, read store purchases. We get them. We go through them, but this is like, I try to actually do the stream content and not just read chats, because that feels kind of weird to me, and it's not, not really the reason most people watch the stream. So we try to do a mix and handle all of it. Let's see, Matthew Humphrey got yours, got Light Peach. Ron Creativity said, I have a Ryzen 7 3700X on my X570 originally as a placeholder CPU. That's a hell of a placeholder. Is a 5900X or 5950 worth the wait, or wait for XT variants? I don't know that I'd wait for XT because I don't know that it's coming. I have a feeling the next ones are going to be lower end. So 5950X, depending on what you're doing, is definitely a massive upgrade from the 3700X. If you're only gaming, I wouldn't buy it. Maybe like, well, I don't know that I'd really upgrade from the 3700X if you're only gaming, unless you really need more frames. Let's just do, let's leave it alone and just see if it can run anything. Okay. ProCal said, I've skipped a few generations of hardware now, but plan on upgrading 8700K GTX 1080. Plan on going for the 3080, but not sure which CPU to pair it with. Advice, primarily gaming. Skipped a few generations and 8700K. CPU, honestly, 5600X, primarily gaming. That'd be what I'd go for right now. If you're doing more than gaming, then 5900X. Christopher Baird, what do you think of the parts recommendation for a new PC on logical increments? I am not familiar with that site, and I'm not going to click on that link. Sorry. Thomas Prescott, call me ignorant, but what does the Vaseline do? It's just insulation. So I put it around the socket, and as the ice turns to water, it just helps keep the water off of the components, stops it from shorting and causing shutdowns, things like that. Okay, so a run completed, very low score because I had it locked at a very low frequency. I'm going to bring this up now just incrementally just to make sure things are working properly. So 45X, it should be able to handle no problem at all at, I don't know, minus 86 degrees Celsius. And then we'll hopefully be able to get this back on track. PASPCHE. I would pay for a Gamers Nexus painting show. That was in reference to the Bob Ross stuff earlier, I think. Shadowband, $10. $50 for a letter, but let's not release the lower CPU for comparison just yet. Yeah, those of you who have followed for a while might remember we called the 3600X and I think the 3800X. It was like $50 for a letter or $100 for a letter for the XT or something like that. We were not big fans of those XQs, and this person's pointing out that, in fact, AMD's solution to that was to only release XQs. And then the lower end ones will come out later. They're trying to make their return quickly and then there's a limited amount of silicon supply, so I guess they decided high end first makes the most sense, higher ASP, all that stuff. Aochi talks, how do you clean this afterwards? I mostly don't. You can blow it off with an air compressor for the water and the ice buildup. So for water and ice, what I do is I get a cardboard box over it with just a hole in it, and you stick like a heat gun in it at a reasonable temperature that won't melt or catch anything on fire, and just warm it up. The point being really just to turn the ice into water, and then bring it to like an air compressor or something and blow it off. And that's how you get rid of the water. How you get rid of the Vaseline, there's not really a great way to do that. Roman Derbauer will typically use a dishwasher. I'm not a fan of that method, but it seems to work very well for him, and he certainly knows what he's doing. We've used ultrasonic cleaners in the past. They work okay, but they work better for like a less thick layer of crap on the board. So rubbing alcohol, acetone works pretty well, but for the most part, I just don't clean it. Once I kind of designate a board as an Allen-2 board, I just leave it that way. So it's working now. That's good. That just means we're getting stuck at those higher settings. Okay. Let's bring it up to like 5.3 or 5.4. 5.4 gigahertz minus 85 should be plenty. All right. Mark C. Thanks for what you and your team do. I recommend you to everyone who asks me for tech advice. Get some rest. That will probably happen, unfortunately, after the RDNA launch. I think that review is probably going to be underway. They're launching the 18th, I want to say, 17th or 18th. That's all public now. So that's right on top of this CPU cycle. And we have obviously all that follow-up content to do too on the CPUs. So that kind of pushes everything right on top of each other. Plus the consoles are coming out too. We might have a bad mount. I should check T-die in a little bit. It's been pretty good, but it's gotten cold. Autumn Corona says, why are the 4000 C15 Royals better for OCing than 3800 C14 Neos when the Neos have a shorter first word latency? So I read that first as like, I thought I was going to say like a shorter name, but no, it was in fact actually a real latency question. So the 4000 C15, is it C15 that we have? See if I think these are, yes they are, okay. That's that memory. That memory is great when I actually have time to tune it. I don't know what dies they're using. Normally you talk about like Samsung B die. I haven't looked into what G-Skill's using. I just use the memory at this point and overclock it to where it's good. I don't check the dies until we're doing content around the memory. But why it's better, at 4000 C15, it's a little easier if we want to bring it down to 3800 and then tighten the rest of the timings more. At the higher frequencies, it's potentially just a die binning. So G-Skill actually has a binning process that I'm hoping we can someday film. We've talked about it with them, but we haven't been able to film it yet. But they have a binning process for just sorting the memory for overclocking, for timing, for frequency, for both. And I think this FC4000 kit has been specifically pulled aside as a good kit because they sent it to us for overclocking specifically. So honestly, it's probably mostly just the silicon quality was deemed to be really high on this specific kit because it was pulled aside for the work we were doing. It survived here, that's good. So it crashed a second ago at these settings. I brought it down another 15 degrees. And it held at 5.4 again, so that's good. We're working our way back up to where we were. 1.475 volts seems to be working a bit better for us than the higher voltages earlier. Except for that, what was that, 55X? This board might need to be dried off. What's the best way for me to get this going? I kind of want to do like oh, that's right, F-clock. I forgot about that. F-clock on Ryzen needs to be dropped to get it to hold a little bit better. We'll try that. You lose some efficiency if you drop F-clock below 1:1 with the memory, but it will potentially be more stable and solve some of this problem. Now, the fact it's crashing at voltages below where we were before, or frequencies below where we were before, tells me that either it's the fact that we're using a manual voltage instead of an offset, and there's an AGISA bug, which is in the reviewer guide, or it's because of condensation. So I think what I'm going to do is a couple things at once, which is not the best way to troubleshoot, but it's the fastest. We're going to do an offset. We're going to do like a 0.1 or so. And then we're going to AMD overclocking. AMD overclock. Okay. AMD overclocking. And Infinity Fabric. And we're going to drop this to 1467. That should help with stability. I'm actually going to bring this up too. Okay. Let's see if that helps with stability. Let's see, what's chat saying? What's he at? Okay, so our last score we plotted was 14,497. I'd really like to hit 14,543 tonight. That is their Bowers score right now. 14,497 points was about 4,000 to 5,000 points ahead of the stock scores. And that was at minus 130 degrees Celsius with a 56x multiplier, 5.6 gigahertz, all core. So 5.6 was the best that we've had so far. I'm hoping this helps with stability too. Let's see, where's our V core right now? So 34x, this is going to be a really low score. I'm just checking it on the voltage. V core, let's run that. What is that? Power reporting deviation. Oh, that doesn't matter. Okay. V core 1.16. Okay, let's just like drag that basically all the way up. It's probably not going to be happy that I did that while it's running a test. V core 1.344. I'm going to have to set a higher offset in BIOS, but this is working, so that's good. Actually, let me test one more thing first. Let's do 5.4 again. 5.4. This run's going to be so screwy because it's all, changing live. So what I'm going to do is set a higher offset. What's chat saying? Let's see. Someone asked about the release date of the Dark Hero. I'm not sure what time, what regions. Let's see. Have you heard more about direct access to GPU memory with Big Navi? No, just what we reported on. I haven't heard anything else. We will be testing it as soon as we get that stuff in. So you'll hear more from us then, obviously. But probably we'll have to wait until the reviews go up at this point. I think offset might work a little better. We'll find out. Frank Sinatra says, shout out to the cameraman. Keep up the good work. Frank Sinatra.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, pretty big deal. Frank Sinatra actually noticing the camera work specifically on a liquid nitrogen overclocking stream. That's just, man, that's something to be proud of, Andrew. Especially because I don't think he's alive anymore, so that's actually really impressive. Frank Sinatra noticed your camera work. Zuhair Nakvi says, can someone please make an LN2 AIO? Okay, there is actually one on our channel. Check out, I didn't make it, but we covered it. Check out, type in like RoboClocker, R-O-B-O Clocker. That'll find it. It's something that Kingpin made. It's really cool. Behind the scenes, he kind of hated working with it because it was so hard to get it tuned where he wanted. But really cool the way it was set up. It's just more efficient to do a direct pour. Let's move the camera away one sec. I'm going to get rid of this wireless. Is there a Wi-Fi thing plugged in? Okay. All right. And I'm going to disable the network card too. You can bring it back over whenever. Let's get rid of some of these devices. Don't want that. Don't want network adapters. Really any of these, but definitely not anything from Killer. Okay. Good enough. I'm not going to remember those are off, and then I'll be confused when it doesn't work later. All right. See if it's any more stable. Doing it the way we were earlier. No, I think I got to break this down and probably dry it off. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to clean this up, and I'm going to put an LN2 pot, I think, on a 3090 and just do like a run with that and just see what happens for fun. in order to get through the super chats while doing the reset up here because it's condensation now, so it's screwy. I guess I'll get Patrick out here to help me read some of the super chats. So Andrew, I guess if you can make sure the batteries in here are good, and then we'll set Patrick up. And then I'll be able to do this while getting through some of the chats too. Okay, Chen says $5, says, got my 5950X at Newegg today, hoping on an F-Clock review soon, working on it. No Solarzano says, is that the new Hero Dark? Yes. Dong Ho Choi says, X670 not coming with 5000 series, question mark. Not that we've heard of so far. I know AMD's plan for launch was to not have X670. I'm gonna get through a ton of these super chats really quick and start working on that with a 3090 for maybe some 3D benchmarking. HBO Matt says Steve is gonna rip a Singularity open and finally end 2020 for us. Hey, I mean, I'm working. I'm doing my best here. Zblats, $5. What was the final clock? So far, it is 5.6 gigahertz all core to answer that chat question. With a score of 14,497 points. We're going to try for a little bit more, I think, once I get it rebuilt. Just too much water on it right now, but I'll do that shortly. Zblats, what CPU is it? Satsugai says, going to play with a precision boost plus base clock overclock feature on the motherboard, question mark. Previously not possible. Future video, maybe. Definitely going to try it out. Not sure what the plans are. The feature that this user, Satsugai, is talking about is the Hero Dark, this board specifically, has the ability to do a PBO, Precision Boost Overdrive, or all-core OC. And if you've seen the reviews, a lot of you probably are familiar at this point that leaving it stock gets you a better single-core frequency in the event that you are running it auto, whereas an all-core OC will benefit you in applications that are all-core, because it'll be a higher frequency than all-core, but lower than limited core boosting. So this board has a feature where you can go either PBO or multiplier based on which one's performing better. Yeah, Patrick, I'm going to rebuild this bench, and it's hard for me to read the chats and do that at the same time. So I was going to get your help to read a few of them and then rebuild it. MKT says hi. Cali 1080. Do you need both of those power supplies on separate breakers? They are on separate breakers. Right now we're not using them. It was when I was doing two 3090s and a 1090 XE, then I needed them. Kanza, oh yeah, I see what you're looking at.
Are we able to plug in 2 mics into the...
I don't think so. Unless I plugged it into the ripsaw. Maybe that won't work. Yeah, I don't think that'll... You could plug it into the camera? No, that's what we were doing earlier, right? Okay, never mind. Yeah, sorry, that's not going to work. Our stream setup's different this time, so we'll have to fix it for 2 people later. Okay, Kanza says, considered running dehumidifiers for Exoscene. You know what I guess we could do is you could work on helping me rebuild this while I take them. That would make sense. We're trying to do this as efficiently as we can. Sorry for the delays. So, where was I? Kanza. Considering running dehumidifiers for Exoscene. I don't think we need it here. It's only 43% humidity right now, not too bad. Do you think AMD will be the go-to for CPU OCN world records? Yes, definitely. Let me just torch this really quick, and then I will let you take over. So we're just gonna break this down, and I'm gonna heat it up. Patrick will remove the LN2 pot. Right now it's too cold to touch, so we're gonna warm this up to where it's fine, and also break the paste so that we don't rip the CPU out of the socket with it. So once I get this to probably about 20 degrees Celsius or so, we'll stop heating it. Next question was, I put an AIO on my Vega 64 to optimize the heating in my room, but it keeps crashing. Any suggestions for heat sinks on the VRM? You can buy small memory heat sinks on basically any site. So I would recommend just Googling like RAM heatsink or something and grabbing some small copper heatsink. A lot of them are fake. They're not actually copper. They're just like plated with copper color. So be careful of that. But they're all over Amazon. We've bought a lot of them in the past. Arctic, the company that makes Liquid Freezer, also makes memory heat sinks for video cards and VRM heat sinks for video cards. Okay. Let me just check the. Okay, yeah, you're good to go. So if you can just disconnect everything and, basically back to bare bones, then we're gonna dry it off so you can take it to the hand dryer and just kind of blow off the board, especially the socket and the backside. Then that'll get us ready for the next one. Just getting rid of all the water, basically. So Patrick's helping me do disassembly on this right now so I can take the super chats and we'll try and get it up for one more run. Dougal said, none of it got your signed mouse pad from the 3080 Allen 2 stream. Thanks. Recommended mid-range B550 for Ryzen 5000. Mid-range B550s, the 450 class Tomahawk was good. Does Gigabyte have the Elite in, or only in X570? Oh, they do. The Aorus Elite was actually pretty good. Good overclocker. Awesome that you got the mouse pad, though. Shuyukan says, should I try running my 5900X that comes today? Returning maybe. Should I try turning my, I heard it doesn't matter too much for games mostly, right? Yeah, so 5900X definitely versus a 5600X, not a big deal. But for gaming, I mean, it is a better CPU if you're doing non-gaming. And then if you are unable to get a 5600X, obviously that's going to be a big limitation. You can't, returning it's not going to help if you can't get a replacement. So, okay. Next one is from Nori, who says, hello, we've been trying to, you messed it up, Nori. You messed up the fake spam call. We've been trying you regarding your vehicle's extended warranty. By the way, if you're a Patreon sub to Der Bauer, he's handing out RTX 3090s this Christmas, seriously. I'm not sure if I believe that, but I could see it happening. I don't think all of the people are going to get one, though. Zuhair, NAQVI, do you see any closed-loop Allen-2 AIOs hitting the market anytime soon? No. Want to upgrade from Liquid in more of a plug-and-play fashion, if ever possible. I think the best you're going to get is like a 3M Novec fluid. And Der Bauer had one he was going to launch. It never came out, I think, because they were trying to tune it still as a case cane product, I think. If you look up Novec, like 3M Novec, I don't know, computer cooling, you'll find what I'm talking about. Mitch Steer, can you Allen-2? I'm not going to read that one. It's political. Nick Huey, you inspired me. New viewer. Passed on old CyberPower PC to someone. Was throwing it out and grabbed it to... oh, I see. Passed on an old CyberPower PC from someone that was being thrown out and grabbed it to take apart and learn more about computers. That is awesome to hear. Really good way to learn about assembly and disassembly too, especially if it's a system that that you don't need to be too careful with. Alex Freeman says, bruh, why are you so sweaty with all that cooling? I'm not. Isaac 8K, I have a 10900K. Should I upgrade to Ryzen 5900X? My answer for this is the same as it basically always is for should I upgrade. The question, oh yeah, that's a lot of water on there. That's the problem. So
It's going to need CRC. They got one based on it.
oh, okay, thanks. So if you see the water down here plus the
Did you want me to?
blob of Vaseline. Oh yeah, Patrick's got the board. It's literally dripping water right now. So some of that's Vas on the back of it, but there you go. There's water. That is why it was crashing so hard. So he's gonna dry that off, and make sure you have a good grip on it, Patrick. That thing is fast. Don't pull a Joe and send it flying to the floor. Which I could do with this. That's actually how Joe killed his 3900X. This is just a contact cleaner. I don't really want to spray it all over my hands, but it's the fastest way to do it. So, okay. That got the paste out of the pins. My hands are probably going to turn gray now. 10900K, should I upgrade? The answer to should I upgrade is, are you happy with your system now? Don't don't look at it from a perspective of a new thing came out, I'm no longer happy with it. For example, when the 5900X came out and Andrew put his 3900 XT computer in a trash compactor, that was probably a little bit overkill, but he did get it back out and we're working on reassembling it. It won't take too long. No, yeah, if you 10900K is still objectively a good CPU. It's not like the best anymore. My hand's so gray. But it's still a good CPU. So I personally wouldn't do like a lateral upgrade from same gen company A to same gen company B. I would wait for something else. But that's just me. Davin Dameron says, I went from a Phenom 2 to a 1800X. This generation seems like a bigger jump, only a lot less time. Oh yeah. I think, technically, I think a Phenom 2 to an 1800X was the larger of the jumps, but for gaming, you're probably seeing more from an 1800X to this generation, almost definitely. It's pretty crazy, actually, how big of a swing that was. What's the chat saying? In a trash compactor, WTF? Yeah, yeah, Andrew's been unfolding it. When he stops moving the camera, it's because he's actually unfolding the compacted computer and he's gluing the pins back in. What's the fastest speed so far? So we are drying off the board right now. Patrick's working on that to get another run in. Fastest speed so far, 5.6 gigahertz all core. It got too much water in it after that, but that was a 14,497 Cinematch R20 score. What's the next chat discussion? Do you think a 3600X and a 3080 is a viable combo? If not, what do you think would be a viable? If you're playing like 4K gaming, sure, no problem. If you're doing like 1080, then I wouldn't pair a 3080 with a 3600X. Should be mentioned that you are running an AMD FX chip in your daily. Yes, I have an FX 8370 underclocked and undervolted in my home system. Do you disable Win 10 settings for your bench? I do for the competitive benching, but I didn't for what we're doing here today. I left it basically as is. I got the question from the people asking about the 3600X. I'm just reading the normal chats right now. Wait, did he kill the board? My audio is off. Why are you... I can't answer. Like, it doesn't even matter if I answer. No, the board's fine. So much Vaseline. The board's fine. It's just shutting down from getting too much water in it. It doesn't actually kill anything. Is this fairly dry at this point, you think?
Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to put the CPU in with the paste on the side.
I got that out already.
Right.
I don't know where I put it, but
There's some in this socket too.
yeah. Where's the CRC? We're gonna have to wait for that to dry now, but problem solved. Yeah, we're gonna rebuild this and get another run in. Yeah, so to answer the did you kill the whatever question, no. So typically when Joe's on the stream, when we use the phrase like it's dead or is it gonna survive, we're not talking about literally is the part going to die. We're talking about is it gonna not crash. And once they start acting screwy, which is what happened because it wasn't holding the same frequencies it was earlier, you shut it all down, you clean it off, you get rid of the water, and stop trying to push it while it's still in that state, because that's when you kill stuff. But we did the right thing in taking it apart. Now we're going to rebuild it. I cleaned the CPU and I put it down somewhere. Oh, there it is. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Same memory?
Yes, same memory, same slots. Okay. But there's one dot of thermal paste in the socket still. It's fine. It's not going to matter. Okay. What's the next question? Alec Urban says, I discovered your channel when I decided to build my first PC. Based on your recommendations, I chose an O11 Dynamic XL. Very good case. Thanks for everything. Absolutely. O11 Dynamic XL is a great case, and because you bought a high-end one, you can use that for your next build too and save some money in the future. Daniel Duderman says, are you going to review the Be Quiet Pure Loop AIO? Yes, as soon as we can get past all the CPU stuff going on. Whatever comes to mind. I'm not reading that. That's no. Zuhair Nakbi says, can 240 AIO handle 5950X? Only have a 240 millimeter top clearance on my LAN-Cool 2 mesh. Yes, you're not going to overclock very much on it, but stock you'll be okay. The frequency, as we showed earlier, will be a little bit lower. This name I can't read because it's in a different character set, but it says Go Ryzen. Whatever. Oh, I saw yours already. Classy Meerkat. Do I need this over my 3950X? Yes. Please don't tell me otherwise, Steve. They're saying they're asking, do I need the 5950X over my 3950X? Don't tell me otherwise. Thanks for the mug and mouse mad. It's hot in Australia, so bring on the LN2. I mean, you said not to tell you otherwise, so I guess I can't. Vocaloid. How much of the set background is decorative and how much of it is just practical? Also nice kitchen utensils. So this set background, this like workbench was clean for a little while, but then the reviews started happening. Now it's got a bunch of projects all over it. So that in a sense is functional. This is a heat gun, that's functional. That's a mallet, that's functional for hitting the LN2 tank when it makes noise. Tools over here, functional. All the stuff in the bench, functional. But then a lot of this stuff's just decoration, yeah. Silent Gloves. Just wanted to send a few bucks your way. Content helped me in building my first PC in about 20 years. That's awesome. Mostly a Mac using software engineer. They built a 3900X, X570, 2070 Super, 32 gigabytes, 3600. That's a very good build. So that's super cool. That's the first build in 20 years. I answered this question from Zuhair already. Brody Hawker, $50. Thank you very much. The image of that container being filled with the vapors running down the sides would make a great t-shirt or whatever. Yeah, it looks, LN2 definitely looks awesome. Everything good here? Yeah. Cool, thanks. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and throw the, I kind of want to just push the CPU some more, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw the 3090 on there. And I'll take a couple more chats while we're doing this. So we're gonna spice it up a little bit, get some 3D benchmarking in if Port Royal's all working properly. Next question is from Viper99991. It says, if I have a 10700K, should I say screw Intel and grab a 5900X? Talked about this earlier. If you are currently happy with your 10700K, then no, that's kind of a waste of money because I mean, like, it is, the new stuff is faster, yes, but that is still a very new part. And, I don't really think you should be replacing it just because something new came out. Okay. This is a 3090 Asus TUF. I've actually modified this card. Let's get a shot of this too. So, or something I can point with. So up here, I added some shunt resistors. I soldered, piggyback soldered shunt resistors on top of the other shunt resistors. These are 5 milliohms. I put 4 or 5. 1, 2, I put 5, 3, 4, 5 on the card. And then I modded the VBIOS. So it's got an unlocked VBIOS. It has 5 shunt resistors piggyback that are 5 milliohms. And basically gives us unlimited power so that we can push the frequency a lot higher as it gets a lot colder. Okay. I should probably put Vaseline on this card as well. So we might as well. Actually, we're not going to run it that much longer, I don't think. So I'm just going to run it as is without the insulation, and we'll just shut it down before it starts to matter. Okay. Don't think I have precision on there, but I can get it. All right. TW624. CPU doesn't limit me on my index. It's my 1080 Ti. Thank you. So yes, so I remember this question from earlier, the first half of it. If your 1080 Ti is limiting you, then I would say wait for RDNA 2 at this point, just because it is so close, and you're probably not going to have a great chance getting RTX anyway. And I feel like the demand should be split between the two companies once they're both present in the market. So that's what I would do. Autumn says, what games have you actually been playing recently? Actually, I played Minecraft Dungeons the other day, just for like a dungeon crawler. It's not bad. I kind of like the simplicity of it. I don't like it as much as I liked Diablo back in the day, but I also don't really want to play Diablo anymore, ever, because I've seen enough of it. So that one wasn't bad. Planet Zoo I've played recently. Okay, I'm just checking the mount to make sure it's fairly even. And I'm going to loosen these just a little bit. So what I'm doing right now is looking down the sides of the silicon on either side here, where the casing around the silicon is lower than the silicon itself. I'm just making sure it's evenly mounted. Now I'm going to need a ton of paper towels to make it not bend over itself. Meta, oh, I got yours. I think I got Zuhair's a couple times now. All right, we're moving to 3090 with 5950X. There's too many numbers involved now. But this should be fun. I have not done this setup yet, and I'm really looking forward to it, actually. Actually, let me send out a tweet, too, and just tell everyone. We are currently working on setting up the RTX 3090 TUF plus AMD R9 5950X for an overclocking stream. Check it out here. Okay, just updating people on Twitter. All right. This is good to go. That's almost good to go. I need a little bit more of a buffer. This LN2 pod is so damn heavy, it's going to sag and pull on the PCIe slot in a very uncomfortable to look at way. So we're going to put a bunch of padding in there just to stand it up and also to keep it from dripping water into the board, which I haven't insulated in that area. This is going to be kind of hard to manage. I hope it works. Definitely gonna need new drivers. You can see that that's done nothing so far. Let's fold this one up some more. Okay. See that? See that sag? People talk about GPU sag in their computer cases. This is so uncomfortable to look at. It just looks like it's gonna break. Whose question? Auxilla, thank you for the distraction from all of the election BS. No problem. Happy to do some overclocking. We were at, for people who are tuning in more recently, we're at about 5.6 gigahertz all core on the 5950 when we stopped. I'm just going to run one power supply for this because there's only one video card. So we've got two out here, but we're not going to need both. Okay. We are like final set of runs on these. Can't push this too hard because we've been streaming so long already. Okay, good to go there. Air Troops 83. Terrible launch. The only way to access page was if you already knew the URL. You couldn't search for the listings. Amazon still doesn't show up. Newegg's up 15 minutes after it sold out. Sold out in 20 seconds. That's the product launches right now. I don't know. That's just how it is. I talked about this on Twitter a little bit, but because everybody's at home suddenly you've got families or couples where previously one old computer was fine between the 2 or the 4 people, whatever, living there, because they had computers at their schools or work or whatever. And now suddenly you've got a couple people in a household who might need a better computer or just might need more computers because more people are using them. And so just like with bikes in the bike industry, everything's sold out everywhere. And there's a lot of like engineering work going on from home now too, keep in mind. So that is a draining supply of the higher end parts. Don't know that there's much they could have done to avoid it. People always say they could have launched it later, but when you put like $1 billion into your architectures, like NVIDIA, for example, you need to start reclaiming that money right away from a business standpoint, because you're selling a product that by nature becomes obsolete very quickly. Just gonna dry this off. Ooh, that would have kind of sucked. And then we'll be good to go. Next one. I have an R5 3600 and a 1660 Super build, but I am stuck with an old 720p monitor. Wow. Let me read the rest of that 1 second. Stuck with a 720p monitor. I wonder if you can go to a computer recycler and get a cheap 1080p monitor that they're trying to get rid of. Said, new monitor coming soon. Till then, what settings can I use for games for best visual experience? I would say do super resolution or something. So with NVIDIA, you can do dynamic super resolution, and with AMD, I forget, one of VSR, one's DSR, it doesn't matter, same thing though. So I would do that to sample it up, basically. Okay. Slightly new paper towel here. So just re-insulating this Allen pot. The other one's good to go for the GPU. Let's take the next question while I'm doing this too. John Gogo stops practicing for college audition. What am I doing? Steve is live. I must remind him to set the Office PC build live stream shortly after GN vs. J challenge to public. I'll do that. I need to look and see if there's a way to do it without sending a notification. Like, the stream was fine, but it's so old at this point, I don't want to like burn one of our YouTube notifications on old content that people might not care about. So I think there's a setting in there where I can disable notifications but still set old stuff live. I think it went to unlisted or something, I'm not sure. Okay, this is looking good. Nice. Good to go. Still kind of wet on the top of this Allen pot, but overall okay. Not sure how I want to orient this. I guess we'll do it the same way as last time. All right, that's in position. No way to really secure it with what I have right now, unfortunately, other than freezing it to the CPU, which certainly works. And paper towels. I need to get a Blue Shot towel sponsorship. Almost set back up. So we're switching to the 3090. That's going to need a driver install. And 5950X with it. First time I've combined the two. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. That's a good sign as well. I think it'll boot. I don't think we've forgotten anything. Do I need to change anything? Not really. Should be it. Wait to plug this in until we freeze it. This one we can plug in now. So that's GPU. I'm going to put on the right. That one I can basically run full pot. And the CPU will be on the left. That should be fun. evga.com/px1. So I'm going to use precision with this. New CPU is not installed, but okay. All right, so Asus profile. We're going to load our baseline profile, which should have the original settings. Cool, it looks okay. That's all still set, except I want, well, level 4 was working fine before it got too wet, so we'll keep that. Let's go back to manual voltage of 1.5 volts. Do not set that voltage at home if you're, if you have a system that you're not doing with LN2. Uh-oh, did the internet drop? Oh no, just EVGA didn't respond. Okay, evga.com. Really, is there site down specifically right now? Where do I have precision installed? EVGA precision. I don't know if our stream viewers took down their site when I said the URL, or if they, no, it's back. Okay, cool. All right, precision. So I'm going to use this for overclocking the GPU. This will be fun to do. And oh, we need the version for 30 series only. Okay, that's going to be it. Can you find a USB port for that on the back of the stream system? Thanks. All right, let me take some chats. Ninette Hastic says, have an R5 3600 plus 1660. Oh, I got yours. Got John Gogo's. NBW Doughboy. Think AMD will release non-XQs of 56 and 58. Yes, I do think they'll do that. I am not sure when they'll do that, but I'm pretty sure they're going to do that. I kind of get the feeling it'll be early next year. 1 second. Let me just copy this over. And then we'll remove that. I got the 240 AIO question already from Zuhair. Okay, let me grab that USB, please. YHZH 2002. Do you have any idea when the Dark Hero will come to US channels? Or if it's amperage-based OC mode feature will hit the original Hero. Not sure if it'll hit the original Hero. Thank you. But I think it should be the next couple weeks. I don't have a date from them, though. There's a lot of interest in that board. It's up. Okay, cool. So quick DDU and driver install, and we'll be good to go. Good to go for GPU overclocking as well. I would like to drag this bar, please. Downloads, DDU. Okay. And we're going to get precision on here as well. So this will be pretty fun. Next one. Chris Fitch. Gonna see another rip all y'all with the new AMD cards. I'm not sure. The new AMD CPUs probably. New AMD cards. The fact that AMD didn't talk about ray tracing performance makes me think probably won't work in Port Royal. But I was talking with Brian from BPS Customs, and we definitely want to do something. It might not be Port Royal, or maybe it will be just like lower scoring, but against, you know, only 6900s. And we'll definitely do something with it. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be world record setters in Port Royal. The only reason I think that is because AMD didn't show RT performance. It's possible they're sandbagging. I don't know. But either way, we'll do something with it for sure. It just might not be the same benchmark. I think they'll do really well in Time Spy Extreme. And I like that benchmark a lot because it requires skill for CPUs as well, not just GPUs. I'm just going to make sure these aren't overheating, so we're not pouring too much here, just enough to keep the silicon from burning up. Most extreme driver uninstall ever, and we'll do new drivers and get a couple runs in of 3D Mark. Vikram Krishna says, just joined. Hey, Steve and Patrick on the camera. Hardware Unboxed is now on Floatplane, apparently. Any thoughts on GN being there, too, at some point? If you'd rather not say, that's all right. We don't have any current plans. I have too many things to manage already. So Patreon plus what we do every day it's too much. So I can't add more services to manage at this point. So no current plans. Get the water up that I'm constantly running the mouse over. Okay, driver time. Andrew, if you want to take like a food or drink break, you can just set the camera like.
I'm pretty good.
You good? Okay. Andrew's actually eating the camera right now, so if it goes down, give him a couple hours and we'll reassemble it. Okay, installing the drivers. South Boss 23. I'm a small business computer builder. My question is, other than Heaven, what else can I use to check thermals and stability? Furmark. Furmark for GPUs. Prime 95, you can use 26.6 for non-AVX, and you can use a new one for AVX. Good question, though. 3Mark's good also, especially the 3Mark stress test, but I'm not sure what that costs. This, I guess, because I don't have the OS stripped, it's not going to be like a record setter setup, but we'll still be able to do some pretty good work with it. And I'm just going to grab the EVGA Precision. Okay. Probably shouldn't install them both at the same time. Actually, no, I definitely shouldn't because it's going to detect GPU. Let's leave that alone. Harry Wilson says, I've been a follower for a while now. Wondered if you would do a revisit on X99 or X79 in relation to new chips to see if it would be worth upgrading. We don't have a lot of X99 chips or 79. I think we have like 2 or 3. We have a 5930K, not a ton of stuff. Considering, definitely, I would have to buy the CPUs on eBay or something though. So what I'm doing right now is the power management mode. We don't care about efficiency here, so we're going to set it to max. Texture filtering quality, we set to high performance. These are both permissible for 3D Mark, and they increase your score a little bit. And we're going to do 3D Mark. We're going to launch Turbo vCore. Actually, let's just do Turbo vCore first. I'm going to freeze the CPU and L2 pot together as my makeshift way of managing the, oh, actually I need to get fans on the VRM and the memory as well. 1 second so I can get the fans. It's gonna get a little bit louder because of that. Just picking up a couple fans right now. Will definitely run way better in that we're not gonna be able to freeze the card enough to deal with all that memory. It gets really hot. Unfortunately, this is also going to direct the pouring all over the place. I'm hoping the backside's cold enough from LN2 on the CPU. And we're gonna try and not like suck this into the shop towel and stuff. These fans are also fast enough that if I don't tether them somewhere, they will push themselves over when they turn on. I think this is an EK Varder loud, but we're gonna need it to keep the memory cool because there's also a bunch of paper towel in that area. Plug this in over here. Ooh, that board's a little warm. Okay, that's one side handled. Well, mostly. See what I mean though about it getting blown around. I'm gonna have to put one on the other side and tether that somehow. That should be good. No, we're good. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna tie this one through one of the vias in the PCB. That's not really where I want it to be. Let's see if that stands. Where's that glass crystal? Then we're going to use the GN cubed. Just very actually handy for this stuff, just to hold it in place. Okay, that should be handled. It's actually not nearly as loud as I thought, but I don't know if I've maxed out all the fans on the board. All right, freeze this a little more, plug in the thermocouple, and we're good to go. Let's start bringing this down too. Okay, so we are at 15 degrees on the GPU, minus 40, I think, on the CPU. And now I'm going to do a Cinebench run with an attempt at 46. If it doesn't hold, then we'll just do 3D Mark at a lower CPU frequency. Apply. Bring down the temperature to, oh, that's not great. That crashed it, huh? Okay, so we'll have to run this at probably like a 54. Bring down the GPU. All right. TechFan, could you review lifespan failure rates of Ryzen Intel CPUs? And actually, let me set a time on the super chats too, and just say we're not taking any more. But we'll read all the ones that are there right now, but don't send any more. Reading all super chats until 12:45. Is that the correct time? Oh, yes. AM Eastern. Don't send more. Okay, we'll get all the ones that are in. All right. Could you do lifespan or failure rates of CPUs? Not really, no. We have no good way to do that. You're talking so much sampling that you would need to do that properly, and tools and expertise that we don't have. So I'm not even going to pretend that we're going to do that. Okay. If I have to do 1467 megahertz F-clock, then that would kill the 3D bench scores. So we're going to just try and keep it at like 54 or something. Okay. And then 3D Mark, do Port Royal, Precision. So let's set this to like 54 or something. Port Royal stops scaling around like 53 on Intel. So I would be kind of surprised if it scales past 53 on AMD, since AMD's got better IPC and performance in general. Okay, let's do, I don't know. So we've got a lot of mods on this card, but I'm not really quite sure how good it is. Let's do 1000 mem if it can. This might be a little bit, let's do 800. I don't want to be too aggressive when we've got so many variables involved. Let's do 70 on core for now and then bring it up. Okay, close that. Let's apply 54 after I get it colder, and I'm gonna need to pour a bunch of LN2 to make sure we can keep it cold while it's running these tests. Question where? Oh, do hair. If throwing the 5950X in the LAN-Cool 2 mesh, ... Just reading one of the chats. How would you go about cooling for best stock performance given only 240 clearance overhead? I would do radiator as exhaust and then case intake, I think, is how I would set it up. So for the GPU, I'm definitely going to use this smaller thermos. It's the smaller opening for the LN2 pot. Currently at just 4 degrees. And we're at minus 70 on the CPU. I want to bring that down probably about minus 90 or 100 or so. This is going to kind of hurt. All right, we're good. Not the best mount, I don't think. That it might be a problem, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, Port Royal. Definitely need to get that GPU a lot colder. It's currently, I'm just going to pour because I need to get it colder faster. Currently minus 20. I want it to be probably at like minus 90. But I started the workload a little soon on it. We're at minus 93 on the CPU. So I'm good there. Minus 30 on the GPU. I'm going to try and plunge it as fast as we can as this workload starts. If it crashes, I'm going to assume CPU if it's system crash and GPU if it's application crash. Might have started this a little aggressively on the temperature. It's not that cold yet. Okay. Next question is domestic Canadian. Nice. Good luck with UOC. Any discount stores, codes for the store at the moment? Not currently. Hey, it's running. That's better than I expected, honestly, for just kind of a... I just hacked this together as quickly as we could, so CPU is minus 108. It's not doing a whole lot. GPU minus 42, trying to plunge it some more. What's chat thinking right now? We're going to go for Brian's score, BPS Customs. Someone do me a favor. What's the BPS Customs Hall of Fame score for Port Royal right now? He's single card score, not looking for dual card. I'll keep an eye on chat. Brian is a friend of ours, so that'll be fun. Let's see. I don't think we currently have one submitted for single. What's the current leader? Vince, definitely Vince. Kingpin. He's, I think, 17K points. 15,774, thank you. So I'm being told by chat he is 15,774. Minus 52 degrees. Liquid nitrogen is what we are using. It's extremely cold and used to cool down systems. So I've got this very memorized at this point. Once we get to this scene, I'm stopping pouring because I don't want to plunge it after the workload ends. Sile K, where do you get the liquid nitrogen from? There are welding supply companies all over. I'm not going to name the one we use. I mean, their name's probably on there. It doesn't really matter. It's just I don't really, they're not my favorite companies. I don't really feel like promoting them. But if you look up welding supply companies near you, I'm sure you'll find someone who has liquid nitrogen. It was literally writing the data. Why? K-mode exception. That's got to be memory or CPU. I'm going to bring the CPU to 5.3. Damn, man. That was just actually writing the score. Right when it crashed. That is super rip. Veer, some benchmarks are showing 5800X beating 5900X in games such as Flight Sim. Why would that be? So it all comes down to the boosting frequencies, where you'll see this in our 5800X review, which is done now. So 5800X boost is pretty high. It's actually the highest all-core boosting out of the CPUs we've tested, and that's why it would outperform. CCX arrangement also matters too, or CCD I should say at this point. Dual CCD versus single CCD, for example. But frequency has a lot to do with it, all-core specifically. Turn back on quickly, so that's good. That was definitely a system. Yeah, that's system. That's not GPU at this point. It might be too messed up from earlier with the condensation, so we might have to just let it dry out for the night. But I'm going to keep trying to boot it for now. It could be memory as well. I don't know what the memory settings are right now. Let it boot. Okay. Aaron Tech, just want to say thanks for the content. You do a great job. Thank you. Much appreciated. Nathan Tipton, Michigan Micro Center had greater than 10 but fewer than 20 of the 5900 and 5950, but 80 plus of the 58 and 56. That is a lot. Not surprising since they're the lower end ones, but a lot. Chevy Straight Pipe. Just bought a Gamers Nexus mouse mat. It'll go great with my LTT water bottle. Well, thank you. We're definitely fine with being associated with that. No problems at all. Why is this unhappy right now? What is causing it unhappiness? Temperature? This GPU is fine. Bummer, missed the answer to the Galahad question. I got it not too long ago, but the answer was, now we have to survive the CPUs, and then I have to write the review, but I'm so busy writing CPU content that I'm not going to be able to get to the cooler content at the moment. The back of the GPU is fine. I saw the comment. It's iced, but it's not watered yet. Just keeping it frozen. I ran it without installation the other day, without issue for like an hour. This is a CPU. Well, I mean, it could be condensation on the GPU, but we'll give it a shot for a little bit. I already pushed this pretty hard earlier, and we're pretty happy with that 56X all-core. Light Peach. Bummer. Oh, no, I got yours. Zuhair. Got my hands on a 5950X last night. How would you go about cooling in a LAN Cool 2 mesh? Oh, I answered that several times now. I think that person kept submitting them. David Fortino, can I have $5 off my GN mouse mat? I don't have a good way to do that right now. Sorry. Sent a sticker. Matt Coffin. Hi, I wrote the Linux overclocking support for the 5700 XT and can get great results. Get set most time. Get equal set most time. Let me know if you have interests for it cuts off. I'm guessing it continues somewhere else. Let's see if it's still freaking out. Right when it gets to Windows, it was crashing on like a boot loop, but I warmed it up. So if that doesn't fix it, then I don't know. Okay. Let's just go with a sustainable 50. And if we can, we'll bring it up later. And if it doesn't survive this, then there's too much condensation and we'll have to just break it down for the night and finish the super chat. So we'll see how this goes. I'm going to do very conservative settings for all of this because I'd just like to see a run finish. Okay, Port Royal. Bring down the GPU. Actually, I need more LN2. Mike Farino, $60. Wow, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Linus and Jay all got me, Linus and Jay got me into the PC enthusiast space, and now I work in IT as a result. That's cool. That's always really cool to hear, and I'm always really curious what the initial video was. I'm guessing it was a Linus video, but I'm curious which one. Could be Jay. He's done so many like high-end water cooling builds. I could see those getting a lot of attention for sure. I don't want to freeze the CPU too much because it's acting really squirrely. Mark Coito, how does this work? I give you money and you say stuff? I'm going to cut my hair. Mark didn't ask me to say that. That's my thought, Steve from GN. You did. That's the way it works. You got it right. That is my thought. I came up with that. That's funny. Urza Barson McLean. Sorry for the GPU question, but did you get a look at the EVGA XC3 3080? We did get one. I haven't tested it yet because that came in right when the 3070s came in. So we did those, and then the 5000 series came in. So now we're doing this. Please don't crash when writing data. That would suck so much. That's what happened last time. Okay. We're about halfway point in the benchmark. Minus 80 on the GPU. Minus 80 on the CPU. Patty, can I get both a new 5000 series AMD Radeon and a new 6000 series AMD GPU? I'm not asking if they're available, but if I have permission. Yes, I give you permission to do that. Not sure what your current system is, but you might not need both. But if you want to do a full new build, it's a good time. Eric Mata, would you use this CPU in your RIP-J series? Absolutely. This is a good chip. It was having issues just with, it's been run too long. You get a lot of water buildup, you get water soak, even if we try to dry it out. And over time, you need to break it down and start over another day. But it's a very good CPU, and as soon as it has time to rest, so to speak, we'll get it going again. Okay. This is the final scene. If it crashes, I will comment on it and then probably try again. Okay. GPU is plunging a little bit, but I'm going to just ignore it. 14898 is not the best score, but we're going to boost the GPU clocks now. And what I'm going to do is go to results. And in results, here's kind of the trick. Okay, there's too many CPU cores. The trick is, we can actually turn off like 6 of these. They're not used. Trick is going to be to look at the CPU clock frequency. That can't be accurate, right? GPU is 2145. There's so much room left in that. Okay, hardware info 50. All right, that's good. Maybe there's a bug. T-die is -3. That's fine. Okay, cool. Nope. It's just 3mark doesn't understand what the CPU is. All right, so 2145. Lots of room left. Let's boost that by like, I don't know, more. Let's try 1000. I think I can do over 100 on core. Just as a reminder, we did set a limit. Don't send any more super chats. I won't get to them, but I am going to read all the ones that were there up until about 12:45 a.m. It's on the screen. Our time. Let's see. The last one was, would you use the CPU? Inkit says, a lot of games are having trouble hitting 99% usage without the 3080 at 1440p. Do you think they benefit from upgrading from a 3600X to a 5600X, 5900X? The 36 is still a good CPU. I'll let that one get a little hot, but it's probably above 0 right now. One sec. What do I upgrade? If you're hitting limits and you don't like that, then sure. As the resolution goes up, obviously CPU matters a lot less. Dirty Hammer, how much Thermal Grizzly do you use to keep your hair like that? Cheers for all you do. A lot. Rowan just sends it on pallets at this point. Just palletized Thermal Grizzly. Oops, that was a little much. I'm sure the motherboard will appreciate that. Next one. It's about a 2700X. Glad we're catching up on the super chats though. This is a good benchmark too. Very active. Don't fall. Let's see. The Puppet. As a user of a 2700X and 570 board, I work on Rhino 3D with a bit of rendering work in it. I wanted to move to a 3900X, but I hope for a 5900X later this year. Yes, I also game. 5900X would be a massive upgrade from a 2700X. We have those numbers, but it's like a couple times in some instances. We have cycles rendering numbers, if that helps you. If you do rendering for work, I would say that a 5900X would be a worthwhile upgrade, especially for work, because it sounds like you'll maybe make return on it financially. So, okay, 15148. We're approaching whatever Brian has. 2190 GPU frequency. Let's push that higher. We're really climbing fast now. BPS was 15771. This is just kind of thrown together. It's not really meant to be like a rip hem thing, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Cooking now. Air Troops 83. Heard a rumor of 1-to-1 Infinity Fabric at 2 gigahertz. Can you confirm? Where is the breaking point? Running above 1-to-1 F-clock is beneficial. Are you better off tightening times, maintaining 1-to-1? Definitely better off maintaining 1-to-1 for the most part, especially if it's close. 2 gigahertz Infinity Fabric, we are not really doing on our CPUs. I think we were stuck at 1900 on one. We're stuck at like 19, whatever the next multiplier is, 30 or something on the other one. Don't know about this CPU yet. I need to test that. Dang. Oh, it's maybe too cold. Or memory. That looks like memory. That might be too cold or memory, so let's just... Yeah, so 2 gigahertz 1-to-1 is... So they're working on a GISA updates right now, AMD that is, that's supposed to make that more of a thing and improve the IF clock stability. It really should be able to do more than this, so let's try it. But yeah, that rumor, I'm not sure. Maybe that's on some chips, but not on the ones we have, it seems like. It's a lot of video flicker. Let's restart that. Next one. So, okay, can you overclock my 2014 Corolla? No, I don't think so. Derek GT15, no message. Thank you. Thomas Fernandez. Let's see. Thomas Fernandez. Hey, Steve, want to thank you for everything. I had a rough year and love the content. I don't know that much about computers, but your passion draws me in, and that's sick data. So, first of all, happy to help. And learning about computers, you don't have to get that deep into it, obviously. If you just like watching it because it's kind of fun, then awesome. But if you do want to learn more about like the basics, some of the better content, I think. So several years ago, Paul from Paul's Hardware had a lot of kind of educational leaning videos. Actually, when he was at Newegg, he did a lot of them for Newegg TV. And that would be a pretty good starting point if you want to learn some more of it. But also if you just like kind of having an interesting hobby without getting too into it, I definitely can respect that. Okay, let's try 130. CPU ratio, I go 51. Okay. I think the GPU got unhappy about minus 140 degrees. Seems to be our kind of limit tonight. It's about minus 140 on both of these. Ultron HD. You look like Hagrid from Harry Potter. Thank you. Eric said, Steve, I'm wondering, the game Godfall is stating it requires 12 gigabytes of VRAM. ... to run 4K Ultra. What will happen if you try to run this on a 3080 due to 10 gigabytes? Games requirements are kind of weird. So, is this pre-recorded? No. So if they said like 12 gigabytes with slower memory, then 10 on a 3080 might be completely fine. And if they said 12 gigabytes on like a 3090, then 10 on a 3080 might not be enough. Most likely what would happen is you would get like a reduction in texture quality. You might see some more pop-in. You might see a reduction of LOD. So that's typically how you'll see the difference manifest from lack of VRAM. Sometimes you'll see frame stuttery behavior. I'm going to keep this warmer than minus 140. Gerald Williams, so aside from the botched launch associated with it, their words, do you think the 5950X is one of the best chips AMD's ever made, if not the absolute best? Depends how you define it. From a technology standpoint, I think so. technically the 3990 and some of the server chips are going to be like quote unquote better, especially for the applications they're spec'd for. Technology, architecture standpoint, I would say yes. I don't know if I would call it a botched launch. People keep saying that because the inventory, but anyway. Oodles, no message, thank you. Grizzermacht says, toss a coin to your overclocker. Oodles, no message again. Oodles, hey Beeve, when are the pint glasses back in stock? They are ordered, and I think the production time on those is typically 3 weeks. It's been about 1, I want to say. So probably in the next couple of weeks, we'll get them back in stock alongside the bar runners with the combo pack. I need to pour a little more. CPU's at minus 68, which I'm just kind of keeping it around minus 70 right now, since it seems the most touchy. Ricardo Antonio Falles says, greetings from Costa Rica, new Ryzen selling like hotcakes. Reddick Sivin sent a sticker that says goal. Patrick Case, I have a stock GTX 1080. What CPU should I get? 5600X. And with a plan to upgrade the GPU later, like in a year or two or something, whenever you can afford it. Cameron Johnson, love the work you do. Hope you get 6+ gigahertz out of it. We were not quite there. Maybe, I think if I insulate a little better next time, it might happen. 15333, all right, that's definitely moving in the right direction. I do have a higher score than that somewhere else, but 2220, we should be able to bring that frequency up. I'm hoping it was only freaking out because of the temperature and not when I tried to set a higher frequency. Actually, this should be able to do like 1100 also. Okay. I don't want that to go minus 140. Cody Gizik says, been building computers since 2003. Your channel has reinvigorated my interest in hardware. 2003, nice. Thank you for the production quality and use of scientific method. Happy for your success. Well, first of all, always, like I've said before, cool to get people of varying skill levels. Like we had the person earlier who said they hadn't built one for about 20 years. And then you say you've been building them, I assume, actively since 2003, so that's awesome. Happy to provide the content. We like doing this stuff. Please, I should not have poured that there, but please don't die, by which I mean crash. Okay. I think I built them, started around 2004 or 5. Okay, let's see. GT Frost says Bees Churger, our new undercover name, I guess. Sticker, again with the dog wearing the headband. I like that one. Cody Woolsey, love your guys' content. Found your channel around the 3000 series release. Nice, good timing. And I've been binging the content. I bought a 10900X before I found you guys, so rip. Yeah, that's 10900X is unfortunate, but you know, if it's still going strong for now, I guess you could always upgrade it later, and then you're just kind of skipping more generations, getting more of a increase when you do upgrade. But if you just found us in the 3000 series, that was about a year after we moved into this office. And if you look up like the moving blog, you'll get some perspective on where just 1 year prior, how crammed we were. It's almost through. Do one last, oh, man, it's like 1,000 frames left. It's just about to pour too, but it looks like it'll be stable. Robert Johnston, I think I got yours. Dom Hen, $10. In a recent video, I heard you are aiming to buy an acoustic and thermal chambers. What does that exactly entail? Love your channel. Hope to get some snowflake-themed merch at some point. We can definitely, at some point, I do want to do that. What does it entail? So, acoustic, I would like to build, I guess, an acoustic chamber. We need space for it. That's the limiting factor, really. There's physically no space. And I would like to build one. And what it would entail is if we can get a noise floor of, like, say, 15 dB, or maybe lower. That would be semi-anechoic. We're not going to be able to afford proper anechoic, but if we could do semi-anechoic and get like minus 15 dB, it would basically mean that we could really quickly and easily take noise tests and then move the stuff we're doing, like CPU coolers, move the stuff we're doing noise tests on over into a thermal chamber, and then we could start plotting a real like temperature versus noise level curve all the way along the curve of the fan, which would be awesome. Right now it's not really feasible because you have limits how slow you can spin a fan before you hit the noise floor of any residential or office area without any kind of noise treatment. And so that's the plan. It would speed things up. It would increase the accuracy of the data, and an acoustic chamber specifically, why I want it, is because it would allow us to then add frequency spectrum analysis. So right now, I'd like to collect the type, like the frequency of the noise, not just the noise level. Because certain cases, like the Be Quiet cases, have all this foam damping that's targeted at higher frequency noises. And right now, we don't really have a way to analyze that. And a microphone's not good enough, in my opinion, like a normal audio mic. So that would be the reasoning to want that stuff. It would allow us to do frequency spectrum and some other stuff. That's super cool. But that's basically what like the super chat, the stream, like merch sales and stuff. When we do these streams, that's kind of the money starts going towards that stuff. It's all very expensive. Automated fan testing, I've been looking into. Thermal chambers, you can get them used for like 5,000, 10,000, and then they really escalate fast after that. If you want climate control, it starts at like 10, 20. Acoustics all over the place, depends on how you do it. So this is giving me trouble booting, but I just hit the reset button, so we'll try that. I may end up just reading the rest of these super chats, depending on if this comes back to life. Serpent XSF, swinging by before I rest for work. Good job on the bar runner. Thank you. I nabbed a 5900X before it went out of stock, and thanks for the tips you gave. If you got a 5900X before stock from what I'm reading today, it sounds like that was a lucky thing. So nice. Matthew Freehan, hey, I've been watching for a while. Huge fan. I'm on an R5 3600, and I'm seeing very little content regarding the 5600X. Potentially the most disruptive chip. How does it stack up versus 5800X gaming-wise? Basically the same. No reason to buy a 5800X. We have both reviews done. One reason they're not up is because I'm doing this right now, but we're reaching a stopping point. I'm just going to get through all the super chats, and we'll try and boot this a few more times while I'm doing that. I have a score that's like 15.6 or 7 on the 10980XE with this card, but this board I think is pretty beat up today. It's having trouble now for sure. So like it's probably going to crash when it gets to Windows again, which generally means too much condensation somewhere. Probably socket. Brian Fay. Why didn't anyone tell me today was Zen 3 launch? I had a chance to get one this morning, not knowing they were going to be gone when I refreshed the page. Man, that sucks. That's so unfortunate. So I guess you like saw it and then thought, oh, okay, cool. And you came back later and I'm guessing it was gone. Yeah, it was out there, but it's been a little while because they got the announcements got like a little dated by now. Okay. I think it might have been the mem that did. No, that was like a CPU's type crash. Okay. Hopefully we can get a couple actually finishing runs in while I read through all the rest of the super chats. Let's bring this to minus 60. I think the CPU mount is not very good. It looks a little off center. Okay. Super Taco 22, AMD 5K on B4 XX series boards versus B5 test. I think the 5K BIOSes that support B450 will not be out until January or something. That was AMD news back at the announcement, so, sure, but it will be several months before we can actually do that because they're not supported right now. Oh, nice. Definitely burning fast. That's from torching it. All right, CPU is actually going to get a little cold, but cooled it down a little too much, and I don't want it to get out of control since there's not much CPU load in this bench. So that was just to stop it from falling further. Oscar Laren, when do you think the USB 4.0 stuff will be available on motherboards? I don't know. Good question. I think there should probably be roadmaps out there. I'm assuming first half 21, but I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know if that's accurate. Paskizzle, the shed man. This should cover Patrick's raise, $2 Australian. I'll let him know. Next time I buy him food, I'll tell him that it came from you, from Paskizzle, the shed man. Andrew Ruffle, one sec. Said, oh, no message. Jarrell Williams, could you make a video going over the lack of availability for both AMD and NVIDIA? We kind of did, about NVIDIA that is, a while ago. There's part of me that feels the scarcity is intentional. No, that doesn't. So that doesn't make any sense. They don't benefit. You need the product to sell to make money. It's not good to run out of product right away because then you just have opportunity cost, all these customers who are standing there with money and you leave them with money in their hands. So that doesn't really make sense. 15492. I don't remember what Brian's was, but that is better than it was doing. So cool. It's because the demand's insane. Like I know people don't want to believe that, but outside of the enthusiast space, you have all these people who have been running ancient computers or actually got rid of desktops entirely, and suddenly they're coming back to them because they're working from home and they have multiple people in the house who are using computers, so their kids might not be using the school systems or whatever. So it's just a demand issue. Mick Get Wrecked, good name. Can we see the power draw of the 5950X while you're overclocking? I'll tell you what Rowan's was, because I saw his video. I think he was at like, I want to say, what was it, 150 amps? I want to say he was approaching 200 amps or thereabouts. But might have been higher actually. But for our overclock numbers in the review, you'll see that like the stock was about 120 watts, and then overclock depends on your voltage obviously, but below 200 should be pretty doable with like normal cooling. With this, I think we're probably in the like 200 to 300 range. CPU seems kind of happy at about minus 80, so I'm just going to keep it there. GPU is good about minus 20. Actually, that's too much. That might have been a little bit over poured. Too much nitrogen. I can't get the fire. Just in the LN2 pod, to be clear, not in the room. We're fine in the room. I definitely over poured that one. Okay, good. Okay, Who XD, $5. Are you learning Mandarin still? Yes, Andrew and I are both learning Mandarin. Looking forward to when we get a chance to go back to Taiwan. Tinfoil Veteran, 522 here. Thanks for the detailed GPU testing. Thank you, appreciate it. Armando Vicent, have you heard any updates on the debris? One sec. Doesn't need that much to get through this. On the debris inside of the EKAIO, yes, I wanted to use it for Zen 3. I was wondering if it's still goodbye. They told us that it was early manufacturing dust in the radiator, which I'm willing to believe. Normally that doesn't accumulate. It's just some amount is there and then that's it. So if that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem. They said that they implemented more QC processes to try and clean it out, and they were happy that we updated them about it. So that's the update on that. 15664, what was Brian, like 15777 something? Something like that. I don't know if we're limited by, I guess GPU probably still. BPS Customs, 15771. Let's try and just get past that. You're laughing because that's my only goal now. Just get past that and then close out. 2295 megahertz, we might be able to go a little higher. This is pushing it, I think. We might be able to do more mem. understand where the card wants to be now, though. Okay. Selwyn Woods. This is from 11:23 p.m., so we're almost caught up to the 12:45 hard stop I implemented. I have an NZXT Kraken X53 AO. Will that be a good cooler for the 5950X, or should I consider upgrading? Any recommendations for AOs? X53 is 240. That's fine. If you're like overclocking, it'll limit you, and you could go to like a 280, or maybe a 360 might be a bigger upgrade for you. 280 is the best balance for everything. Okay. CPU's getting a little cold. Foshki, your work as a critical reviewer has shaped the industry for the better. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. And it says, thank you. Also, your pint glasses are by far my favorite in my cupboard. I'll take that. That's awesome. Much appreciated. Andrew did the teardown design on it. Same one as on the modbat, actually. I will say that it changed we changed the case industry. That was a joint effort between Patrick and I. He shares a lot of that credit for the case testing over the years. The H500P was definitely a turning point. They had a lot of pre-orders canceled when our review went up. Sam 537 says, "Just take my money." Also, I use I also use ad blocker, referencing the earlier person who donated and said they use ad blocker. It's like what do you call it? Like, I don't know. It's like asking for forgiveness by giving $2 for using ad blocker. I'm definitely okay with it if that's what you want to use. It's fine with me, especially if you're going to do a super chat or something. That's no worries. I understand. 15727. What was Brian's? 771 or something. 2310 megahertz. So our goal is to just dethrone BPS customs and then be done. We're at we're at 5.15 gigahertz or something for the CPU. That thing's wrong. It thinks it's at like 3300 megahertz. 15771 is where Brian is, BPS customs. We are fast approaching where he is. Okay, let's do another run while it's still working. This bench like terrifies me. It's constantly on the edge of crashing, so. It's frozen now, so we're okay. I don't know how much higher that clock can go. It's got to be at the limit. I'm thinking MEM, there's maybe 20 megahertz in there on the chips we've got. This really seems to be happy about minus 121, that GPU. KB Swim, you heard about the beta XOC BIOS 3090 FTW3 enabling 500 watts for all 3x8-pin cards except the 3090. Thoughts? Mine just shipped. I'm putting it on water. So be careful flashing another card's BIOS on yours, first of all. Secondly, I put, I'm not going to say whose, but I put another vendor's BIOS on this Asus TUF, and it's working. So typically, if they're all sharing like a reference design, there's a really good chance that the BIOSes will work from one card to the next because the card's basically the same, to answer that question. But I would be careful flashing it unless, dang, it crashed. Unless you have dual BIOS, then you've got a protection mechanism in there. Never flash both of them. Always leave one alone for recovery. So we're gonna go MEM. I can start doing like hotkey stuff, but I don't really want to play that game right now. It'll take all night. Let's do just 1120. This might crash. You can basically, if you're not familiar with it, you can set hotkeys I guess to be fair, I'm not on my stripped down OS or anything either. We weren't planning to do this rip BPS tonight, but you can do hotkeys and bump the frequency as the FPS changes. It has gained me like 400 points working with the dual GPUs, but it's a lot of active observing, and it takes hours to nail the frequencies. So I think it took me like 8 hours the other day when I was working on 2 cards. So we're not going to do that tonight. It's kind of like playing an RTS at that point. Okay, next one. Joseph Chiochi sent an upside down smiley face. Thank you. Fluber Jobby says I get my 5950X tomorrow and my XY70 board. If you don't have Ryzen CPU other than the 5950X, can I still update the BIOS for it? Probably not. Yes, you can. Yeah, sorry, you can. BIOS flashback. Look up your board and the manual and look for BIOS flashback. There's a USB port you can plug a USB key into with a BIOS file on it in a specific directory, normally top level, and then push a button and it'll just flash it. It's super cool, and you don't need a CPU to do that. I think almost every, if not every, XY70 board has it because AMD knew that they were going to want it. Too much. Okay, next one. Logan Rollins. I bet Intel's feeling like they've been riding that AMD mountain bike lately. Rip. That's sad. That thing does not feel good to ride, so if that's true, then I feel for them. So damn close. Like I could make a hotkey to get past the final scenes, but I don't know how hard I want to try. Let's see. Let's do this. All right, let's do like a final set of runs here. So we're gonna do, this will be Q, W, E, R. And then what we're gonna do is 1100, 1080. I'll do 220. Okay, and then that's gonna be saved to Q. That's our safety. And then we'll do 1120. And we will save that to W. That's our boost. I always forget the order. You have to click on these. And then we'll do 210. I think 1120 will still hold there, but let's do 1110. And we'll save that to E. That's going to be our super safety. So then Q, starting, W, shortly after, E, safety for the end. All right. Let's start with Q. Okay. I think you want liquid helium. It would be colder, but we would need a lot more handling. All right, I don't think I'm going to, assuming this thing even runs, I don't think I'm going to be able to take chats during this one if I'm actually focusing on what I want to do with it. Get everything in order. Oh no, okay, good. It's like, oh, the batteries die. No, that's good. Okay, so we're gonna go to W. Okay. And I won't, oh no. It's too high. So I might need to go to safety for that one. Start with Q, I'll switch to W once it gets into the port. Jeff San, hi from Hong Kong. Nice to actually watch your stream once in a while. Hi, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to visiting Hong Kong again sometime. We were over there probably 3 years ago, I want to say, and I only got to pass through. It looked really like a cool place, though. Super cool skyline there. Okay, so we want Q. I'm going to wait for, if I have the hotkeys I just made memorized anyway, I think we're going to wait for W until we get to the port. Oh, man. No, it might be it. Let's see. What are we set to? It might be Dunsky. I need to be broken down if it's starting to crash that quickly. Yeah, I don't think that should be crashing it. Oh, you know what? I think I closed it instead of minimizing it, so that would have been the problem. There we go. Okay, Rowan got 14,275. Oh, that must have been on Cinebench. If that's true, then we beat Rowan's score. I thought he was higher than that, though. Michael Franchek, compensation for my ad block. I'm building a new rig. Would a 5900X and 6800 XT be a good combo? I mean, yes. Only for gaming. Okay. So I'm not sure about the RX 6000 series. We haven't tested them, obviously. So I don't know how SAM, Smart Access Memory, is going to impact things. But my thought is that you might be able to just do a 5600X instead. And that would save you some money and get you very close to the same performance. Okay. Please don't crash in stupid places. This is where it might crash. I'm switching hotkeys to the higher clocks now. I'm going to switch to even higher clocks on the next scene. Let's see. Let's bump it up here. It's a good point of potential crashing. I'm going to try and hold here until I think it's after the scene where it's landing. It zooms in on the mirror, and that always crashes it. So we're going to wait till after this. I'm going to drop to a safety clock, and that's right now. And then we're going to boost it again once it gets into the cafe over there. Actually, I might be able to get away with it here. Oh, let's boost it here. Let's boost it again here. Damn. That might have to call it. Just so we can finish the stream at some point. Just so Andrew can go home, honestly. How many super chats are there left? Real Fits, 5950X, 5 gigahertz on 360 Corsair Hydro. Yes, that would be fine. Someone in chat says, Cameraman OP. Thoughts on that, Andrew? You need a nerf?
Those aren't my initials.
Andrew says those aren't my initials. Q, okay, so that's a low mem, high core, high mem, high core, low core, high mem. Let's bring this down to 11. So I need to go to E once we're under the ship. And then Q is safety, W is high. Okay. All right. Do that while we're doing the last super chats as I get through them. Blend and Air, glad to see you got your hands on AMD's new CPUs. Hope it was okay. I shared the Patreon video with Blender. I think it said devs. I mean, that's definitely okay. I'm not sure which video. One sec, though. I gotta get on the hotkeys. I hope I started this on the right hotkey. Okay, so I think I said E under the ship. So we're gonna go to W on the next scene. W, that's higher mem. And 210 offset core. And we're gonna go to Q or E once we're outside the ship. I think E should be fine. Q's a little bit low. Okay. So this spot, you can always run higher everything in this scene, but it's very short. Right here you can run higher everything. I spent hours figuring all this out. Here you can run higher everything. And now we're going to drop after it. So now drop the, actually I had a couple more seconds. I should have waited for that. So E, we're going to go back to W, which is the higher, or I think the highest setting I have as soon as we're in the cafe again. This all sounds like nonsense to everybody, I'm sure. Oh, okay, yeah. We're not going to get much out of this at this point. That's going to be pretty close to what is. The problem is really that we've been doing this for a long time, and I don't want to keep Andrew stuck here. So WQ 1080 1120. Okay, all right. Let me get through these. Silva still rocking a 1080 and a 1700X. Thoughts on upgrading this gen with Cyberpunk coming? Definitely a good time to upgrade with those parts. 1700X still okay, but there's a lot you can gain with upgrades, like 40+%. So I'd say go for it. Michael Smith, here's $100 because I want a mod map, but they're never in stock. They are for like a week at a time. I appreciate it. You can back order the mod mats. Honestly, if you want to send like support@gamersnexus.net an email and be like, hey, I didn't know you could back order the mod mats and I'd like to, go for it, and I'll see if I can find a way to refund. Actually, I'm just going to do that. I appreciate the $100. I'm going to, can I refund this somehow? There's a remove. I think, how do I, is there like a refund? Oh, man. Well, I don't know, forward the receipt to me or something if you want, and we'll figure out how to get you on back order instead. You can always back order them. They sell out like within a week when I get them in stock normally, so that's the challenge. Okay, next one is from Young Novel. Said, had to use VPN to bribe you for some great content. Greetings from Ukraine. Greetings. Love your vids and deep dives. Waiting for potential 5600 not in a rush. Yeah, I don't know when the 5600 non-X will happen. But let's just do this. But definitely the 5600X is out there. We're going to have a review up shortly, probably after I'm done with this tonight. Okay. Let's bring this down to 1100. It was like almost finished at 1120 earlier though. That's the problem with this. Okay. Philip Slicer. Hi, Steve. Hi. Mohammed Amr Shafiq. If I order a ceramic mug, could I drink a cup of hot tea out of it? Keep up the awesome work from the UK. Yes, you can definitely drink hot tea out of the ceramic mug. It is more or less designed for hot drinks, but it is not biased against cold drinks. Let's see. Ellis, I'm running an A10 1500K. Wow, with a low profile 120 watt power supply. Fuse hasn't blown yet. Yeah, you might be in good territory for an upgrade. Oh man. Yeah. I think we're not making progress now, so. Maybe colder, but no, just no. I just want to say I love what you guys do. You and Linus got me into PCs, and I love to learn from you guys every day. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Glad that we're up there with Linus for getting people into it now. Cameron Feber. I go through cycles of building PCs and then forgetting everything I learned. Yeah, I understand that from, for me, that's building bikes. I forget all of it as soon as I build it. Gianna's been great for relearning the current state of the art this go. Question, any injuries or close calls with the LN2, no gloves, etc.? Seems sketch. Nope. The worst I've had from anything here was just the soldering iron, but not from, and that wasn't even that bad. Not from LN2 though. Okay, what I'm going to do, this is Dunsky. It's too much water at this point. Pretty happy with it, though, for just throwing it together. I might boot it back up tomorrow and just beat Brian's score and then shut it down or something once it's dry again. I want to read through the rest of the super chats. This thing's not making progress at this point, so we're just going to stop it there. It was like 15,727, and then, or something like that. And then Cinebench scores 14,497 at minus 130C, 56X, so 5.6 gigahertz all core for the CPU. That happened several hours ago now. Okay. Michael Sanders said, any plans to review or tear down the Leanne Lee Galahad 360? Yes. We are constantly behind and trying to get to it. I've been trying to get to that one for like a month now, but yeah, unfortunately, it's just there's too much stuff going on. Omani Enlist says, what about your DDR4? Is 4,000 megahertz the new spot? I think I understand this question. So, still 36, 38, 4,000. You start to exit 1-to-1 with F-clock, and if you got a good chip and you can do 2,000 megahertz F-clock, then yes. But for the most part, still 36, 38 on average. Right now, anyway. That might change as they release new AGESA. Nero XTV. What would happen if you drink that liquid stuff? Bad things would happen. Don't drink it. Mike Farino. Haven't mountain biked in years now. I have a Trek Excalibur 8, I think it is. Unfortunately, not as many good trails on Long Island. I'm not too familiar with that area, but I know there's a bunch of downhill parks up in the Northeast, if you ever want to get into that kind of stuff. I'm trying to remember the name of them, but there's a lot. White something mountains up there. There's a few of them. MI Cloud. Highland's another one. MI Cloud, can you explain why you are not wearing gloves so people shut up about it? That's why I'm not wearing gloves. Look up Leidenfrost effect. As long as it doesn't soak, you're good. It's harder to handle this stuff with gloves, and I think actually more dangerous. Nobody, 6 gigahertz or bust, man. Good luck. Emil Thesnar, greetings from South Africa. Keep it up for GPU overclocking. What mini ITX upside down and LN2 pod on GPU? Oh, no condensation to PCIe. Yeah, if you could do them, we've definitely thought about doing stuff like that, like weird upside down setups for it. Okay. Raffin Gaming, hey Steve, been watching you and Jay a lot when I build a PC, upgrading from a 7700K 5950X for streaming, video editing, and gaming. How hard would it be to get a 5950X in the future? I don't know. It sounds like not that not that easy from what I've seen so far. So that's funny. Chat's like, whoa, he's immune. Yeah, so there are like cryo gloves where it won't absorb, but it will over time. Like nothing's impervious to soak. But yes, as long as it doesn't soak, if you poured it like into your sock or if you cupped your hands and poured it, that would be bad. It would burn like a stove. But it's just, when I'm pouring on the LN2 pots, the worst it's going to do is maybe bounce back and hit my hand, and it just rolls right off from the Leidenfrost effect. And wearing those gloves are super fat, so you can't really handle this stuff that accurately. Okay. Carl Bennett, $50. Thank you. Been a fan of your channel for years now and on Patreon. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Much appreciated. MI Cloud, you should use one of those old... I like the chat. The chat's still freaking out about the LN2. +1 cold resist. You should use one of those old NVIDIA cards with the mermaid on it. I don't know that we even have any. Mr. Kona 604, what was your favorite trail at Whistler? I'm from Vancouver and rode there every summer for the last 10 years. That is awesome. I couldn't get there this year because travel shut down, but I can't wait to go back. I've been there every year for like 6 years. I really like, what is it called? Devil's Delight or something like that. It's sort of along Beeline. It's just got those really cool wood features. A-Line's cool, but it's normally got so many brake bumps it kind of beats you up after a while. I've really gotten into the more technical trails lately, but I haven't ventured out too much in Whistler yet. Mexabasitu says, AMD shares were up $4 USD when the markets opened after Zen 3 release at 9 a.m. then dropped 89 cents. Coincidence or related to initial launch issues? I don't know. I'm not a market person. My understanding is that normally the stuff's priced in before launch and then people sell because it comes out. I don't really know, though. Grim Death, know of any upcoming flat 27? Don't send super chats. Don't send any more. We're only just reading the ones up until 12:45. Know of any upcoming flat 27-inch Odyssey monitors? I see the compression and the rest of it. No, unfortunately, I don't know anything about monitors. I know enough where we could test them, but we don't, and I don't pay attention to the SKUs or what's out or anything. Sorry. Reese C, do you see some of the new OC features on the Dark Hero and Roman's video? Yes, I did see them. Do you think we'll get those on normal X570 Hero and Formula? I kind of doubt it because they probably want to push sales of the new stuff, but I'm not sure. Peter Van Nusanik, how is the 5800X with respect to CPU quality binning? It is the same as our 5600X so far. Orion, just finding the channel. Keep up the great content, making me want to build PCs again. Be honest, has your hair gotten caught in a fan before? Yes. It's not too bad though. Normally the fan stops. Denvera, got 3950X and gaming rig to also use handbrake watcher, then later upgrade to R7 next gen. Move the 3950X to server that creates video files. Looks like I made the right choice. Need a 5800X at $399. Yes, definitely a price drop would be good for those. They're kind of roughly priced right now. Okay. HoloNut, do you know of workloads 32 to 64 gigabytes that benefit from fast storage and low latency? I have idle RAM looking to make a RAM disk for science. Code compile, and our testing does. Well, depending on the code, but that's benefited from it. Curtis Horn, do we know if the 5900X is 2x6 cores? Also, you can use dehumidifier. With all that N2, do you have a low O2 monitor? We're good on that stuff. I would need to check the block diagram again to get you make sure it's an accurate answer. The Scorpion, hello from New Zealand. I'm burning through the super chats. We're going to try and get all of them up until the 12:45 a.m. mark Eastern earlier. But that's done at this point. We'll recap later. Upgraded my 980 Ti in a few months, RTX 3080 or 6800 XT. Also, do you think AMD's version of DLSS 2.0 will be any good? I hesitate to suspect AMD's first version of any of this stuff will be directly competitive with the 3000 series, but it looks like rasterization's good. Don't know on what you should buy because we haven't tested a 6800 XT yet. Cronini, will the next gen games make use of a 5800X considering the console is 8 and 16? Is it worth provisioning above your requirements? Great question, considering it's end of AM4. Well, the current consoles didn't really shift that too much. I wouldn't provision above your requirements on gaming unless you also have a use in production, because there's a bit of a lag there, and they're similar, but PCs still tend to age a little bit differently. Mild surprise. Hi, Steve. Hi. Richard Chen. Last time I built a gaming PC was 2012. I think it's time for an upgrade. Should I buy current gen or last gen parts? Hopefully when on sale. I think I would go with, if you can get last gen like 3700X for 200 something, then great. If not, 5600X looks good. We're going to go with Jack92. Lord Nexus, please guide us to the max overclock specs. Faith and nitrogen be with you. It was for quite a while. It was looking pretty good there. Selfish Music, love your work. Would you be interested in testing scientific computing benchmarks? Intel apparently had an edge because of AVX 512, etc. I would be interested, yes, but the real issue is knowing how to do that stuff, and we would need to look into it. Okay. Cash Conway, hello from Austin. Love your content. Just built my first PC in years. Nice. And can't wait to do more overclocking AIO on the way. Nice. Overclocking on AIO is actually pretty good. Nick O, I reckon. I have an R5 2600 ROG B450, 4.1, 1.4. Is it okay if 45 degrees Celsius? Yes, that is definitely fine for sure. Assuming I understand that question. I think I did. Okay. Auxilla, do you know what FPS uplift is on the 3080, 3090 with the 5950X compared to the 10900K? Should be maybe a couple percent. We'll need to test that once we get back to the back to GPU testing for probably RDNA 2 is what it's looking like right now. At least that's kind of what I'm expecting for timelines. Okay. Kevsky, what ritual did Patrick employ to extricate your astral form from the impermeable confinement of the secure 500X case at LDT? We are aware of that case, and I do want to work on it because it looks not good. So I think it'd be fun to do something with it. Let's see. Thoughts on RAM and RAM sweet spot for the new Ryzens. Lots of questions about 3600 versus 4000 megahertz. It's going to depend on F-clock, which is going to depend on if AMD can get that AGESA out that they're talking about that gets the F-clock up to 2K, in which case 4000. Unstoppable 40. I would like to see SMT on versus off. We've done that in the past. I could certainly do it again. We've got other stuff going on right now. Top 191, why would water be an issue in overclocking? I would think that since it is condensate, the mineral count would be low enough to not be conductive. I don't know the answer to that. All I know is that when there's water all over the board, it starts shutting down. So as far as like the mineral properties or count, not really sure. But water conducts things when it condenses. So it turns the ice, melts. As soon as you get water on the back of the socket, I guess the real problem here, maybe it's not like shorting, now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe for like the socket, you could be talking about just creating barrier to contact, to good contact especially. So I don't know. I don't study like water science, unfortunately, but it seems like it crashes things because condensation and shorting. Next one. Zalex. Always love the content. I bought a 10920X last year when it came out and overclocked it, but getting jealous of new stuff. Still 24 PCIe lanes for AMD, question mark. I need them for rendering and video cards. I think it's still the same. I'm pretty sure the CPU basically stayed the same. LW, thanks for reviews. Always been really helpful. Happy to provide them. Dave Leviathan Prim, hello GN, great content on the 5000 series. Waiting for the GN bar mat to get here. It should have shipped already, so you get it soon. Memory test is on the way for the person asking that. Plonk says, what case should I buy for 360mm AIO front mounted tubes down, preferably mid tower? Planning on putting ROG 3080 in it. I'm going to defer you to our case reviews because I don't memorize the case layout, but Patrick spent a lot of time working on it, and I think that's, yeah, I'm not going to try and point to a case that I don't have memorized right now. Juan Ramirez, should I be worried about bottlenecking with my 8700K used with the 3080? If you're at like 1080p, then yes. And if you're at like 4K, then probably doesn't matter, most likely. All right. Alan Bolin, is that F-clock still brick walling at 18 to 1900 so far? That's where we are on some of them, not all of them. Jackson Tint. So this is a 7980XE, right? Nope. But I remember the reference. Vinia Abanilla. We're not too far off on the end of these. Perfect time to upgrade my 2600K. Wow, nice. With Radeon 6970 HD and Crossfire and a Cooler Master half X. Hey man, that was a sick build, and it still is. Yeah, definitely good time for that. Logan Rollins, why not conformal coating your motherboard to help with condensation? It would definitely help. Has anyone ever used a PID controller or valve with LN2 to keep the pot stable? Sort of. RoboClocker did that. Conformal coating would help, but this is, you know, it's kind of, you get to a good enough point. Brian Fay, Tech Jesus Jr. Oh, that was when Patrick walked on. Eternal 8th Rogue, unrelated, but can you think of anything to improve functionality on an i5 7400 until my son can afford a new CPU? It depends on if he is in fact CPU bound, which he probably is. Maybe memory timings. That I think that's open to you on those platforms, but frequency is not going to be up to a point. Push the frequency on the memory the highest you're allowed to. You could potentially do an all-core multiplier up to the turbo point, but not past that because it's a locked platform. Those would be the most you can do, really. Maybe B clock, base clock, to like 100.5 or 101, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember if that platform allows it. Best you can do, though. Yanni, what thermal paste do you recommend for GPUs? Also, do you like that Optimus block for the 3090? I bought one for my 3080. It is insane. Definitely best block I've ever used. Pretty happy with it. Yeah, that's done. I can't even boot now, so for sure there's a, or not boot, but run the test. For sure water, so we made the right choice to not bother. Yeah, Optimus block's good. Thermal paste, KPX is great, especially for the Optimus blocks. Cryonaut's good. MX4 is okay. Okay. Chris Sharman, love the live stream. How much improvement will I see going from a 6850K 4.6 to 5800X for gaming? I'm not sure because we didn't test that part. It is a lot, but I don't know how much. Double-digit percentages for sure. Siva Ram SR, what about conformal coding? Answered that one a second ago. Anthony P, I recently saw a video from Linus about EKWB thermoelectric coolers. I don't know much about them. What are your thoughts? We've worked with them in the past. They've never really been not EKs, but just in general, they've never really been that great. Eddie Deno, hey Steve, is Patrick your brother? No. Also, you really should look into the King of Random video on how to make Allen 2 at home or office. Maybe I should. Holliners Bro, looks like we're pretty close to the last of these super chats that we're reading. Don't send any more. I'm not going to read the rest of them other than what's here. 2600, 5500 XT, 570. I'm good with it. Okay. QJPP, Gamers Nexus. I have an i7 4790K at 4 gigahertz base, 980 SC, 16 gig RAM, 24 megahertz, 100 megahertz Z97 on the Z97. What GPU could I upgrade in order to maximize FPS on 1080p without bottlenecking? Like 10 series maybe. You're gonna need to overclock that 4790K, I think, to get more out of it. GMD Geek, seeing the red mouse always makes me think of Office Space, but that's my stapler. Great stream as always. Love learning more each time. This is not a good mouse, but it is a mouse and it does mouse things, so it's fine. Chibi, I'm going for a 2500K to a 5900X, big jump. Give me an idea of the realm of improvement I'll experience. A little, like hundreds of % improvement for sure, easily. Look up our like 2500K revisit and take a % difference between that and one of the CPUs on there that's shared with the CPUs on the current charts, and that'll tell you. Sterlius, thanks for showing the CRC trick. That will save me a lot of time. Yes, that is a great trick. Joe taught me that one. Mike W, question budget aside, if looking at release schedule, timeline is on the short side, would it be worth skipping this gen and waiting for Zen 4? If your time is on the short side, then no, because that's a little bit away. Siddharth Daka, no message. Stuart Lunsford, during the stream I slathered a ham in butter, mustard, and brown sugar, baked it, and ate a giant plateful. That's I don't know what to take away from that, but it didn't involve tater tots, so Joe wouldn't be happy. Karma and Effect, trying to get 5900X, but seems like global stock was sent to the reviewers. How much to buy yours off of you? Yes, people like to say that, but in fact, the extra like 50 CPUs wouldn't actually have alleviated the situation. You're just gonna have to fight for it, just like the 30 series. Unfortunately, everyone wants them, so it's gonna be tough. Just tonight, your Metal God, just an idea. Have you thought about using battery post protectant spray on boards? We have thought about that stuff. Yes, it's just easier to do this. Vapormancer, do you think the 3080 FE will ever come back? If not, which third-party card do you think is the best? I would think it would come back, but they might be just trying to make sure their partners are satisfied right now with inventory. Partner card, the FTW3 is good. XT3 Ultra seems good, but we haven't finished testing yet. Yeah. Andrew A. Love your content. Just upgraded from a 1700X, 5600X, 3080 FE. Did I do all right in an N case? I would say so, especially in an N case. It's a lot crammed into that thing. Trevor, I should be building my first PC this Saturday. Just want to say thank you for the videos. They've helped a ton. Awesome. Good luck on your build. That's coming up fast. Recon Gaming, no message. Viper 91, why was AMD so rude to Intel? They came by and did a number on Intel. You have to say yes. I don't know that that yes is an answer to why, but I can give my kid upgrade from a 4770K. Definitely, you can upgrade that. Scott Free, do you know if anyone sells aftermarket coolers for graphics cards that aren't water blocks? Yes. Arctic, Ryzen Tech, they sell them. Curtis Horn, have a 2600 B450, thinking of upgrade to the 3700 and getting a 59 or 5950X on sale next year. Is that a good plan? I would probably just do one of those, I think, and skip the other one. So, you know, either pick the 3700 and stick with it or wait. Austin, it depends how much money you have, though, I guess. If I would do one and not both just to save money. Austin, just as gaming. Abraxas616, I'm trying to build a Media Mini ITX PC. I really like the Lian Li TU150 and O11 Mini. And says, let's see. Have you tested any of them for CPU, GPU temps? Keep up the amazing content. O11 Mini we're working on right now. Haven't tested the TU150, but we'll have an O11 Mini review at some point. Brandon BAGC, I camped out at my local Micro Center for 20 hours to get a 5950X. They had a ton of every SKU except the 5950X. Loving the stream tonight. I hope you got one. That would suck. Otherwise, I would send them an invoice. Otherwise, send AMD an invoice. HoloNet, H510 on your recommendation has served me well, but after all these storage, dual GPUs, and dual AIOs later, run out of space on your recommendations. O11XL, P500A. Those are going to be my two I'll list for now. Pradeep Raja Pandian. Good morning from India. Good morning. Love your content. Already got a mouse mat waiting for a 1 million t-shirt. That will be shipping out this month. Want to try mountain biking after seeing your video. You know, that's awesome. I don't know what kind of trails are over there, but mountain biking's blown up the last few years. I am positive there are some. You might want to look at Strava, S-T-R-A-V-A, heat maps. Strava heat maps, if you Google that, will give you an idea of where some trails are in your area. Morblood Plez had 2 Ryzen 3700X shipped DOA, one from Amazon, one replacement from AMD. What are the chances of the third DOA? Basically astronomical, not going to happen. If it does, there's something else wrong. So I would look into that. Motherboard maybe. Cameron Fever. Well, that's too much thermal paste. Aiden Bentley, we're at 1234 out of the 1245. I'm going to read two. Planning on building a PC with RTX 3080. Don't know if I should go for a 9900K or 5900X. 5900X. If it's between those two, it's like not even close. Definitely 5900X or 5600X. Ed the Nerd got EVGA 3070XE Black from EVGA today. Totally painless. Any word on similar systems from other AIBs? I don't think so. I think only EVGA did the Q system. Joseph Valenti, love the bar mat. Thanks for the upgrade. Glad you like it. Esterma, I'm running 2600. Want to start streaming. Would it be worth stepping up to a 38 or 900 if discounted on a B450 board? If you mean 38 or 3900X, then yes, for streaming it would be worth it. You could also do NV encoder with NVIDIA. It's very effective these days. Produces great quality as well. So either one. Zach, thanks for signing my mouse pad. You rock. That was probably for the last stream with Joe, I'm guessing. Thank you for picking one up during the stream. Brian Fay, did I miss you reading off my other super chats? I stepped away for a while. I definitely read them because we're going through like all of them right now. Oh, you asked about the Zen 3 launch. Yes, I did mention that, and I said that sucks when I saw that one because you missed the opportunity. David does tech stuff. $5 in a message. Thank you. Thomas O'Kane. How do you get your staff to work so late? Well, so like when Patrick was leaving, we just have shifted schedules. It's not 9 to 5, basically. Andrew's stuck here because we're finishing the stream, unfortunately, but I'm trying to bring it to a close so I can go home. But it's shifted schedules, that's how. The hours are actually pretty normal other than the moving of them backwards. Tapone Master, thanks for hours of entertainment and taking such a strong stand when OEMs try to influence reviews. No problem, the latest one's from Colorful. I will be complaining about that bitterly soon. Cameron Fever, have you documented your fully tweaked OS anywhere after your RIP series, or is that still secret sauce? Not really secret. I just went through and manually stripped out all the services where it would still work afterwards. Jonathan Hunsaker just updated 1070 to 3080 for Cyberpunk. I have it paired with my, this is actually 1246, so I'm going to stop here. Paired with my 6700K at 4.8. Do you think I'll need to upgrade to Zen 3 or Ice Lake for 3440 by 1440? That's not quite 4K in pixel count. So I don't know about Cyberpunk. It's not out yet, but you'll be fine. I'm pretty sure you'll be fine at that resolution. And crank the graphics, and you'll definitely be fine. Okay, that's it for this one. Very fast recap. Where are the other 2 CPU videos, frowny face? I've been here for like 5 or 6 hours. I don't even know how long. 4 hours, it looks like. So those are coming up. I'm going to immediately work on publishing the 5600X instead of sleeping, and then 5800X will be queued for the morning. And quick recap, 56X all core, 5.6 gigahertz 5950X with some simple overclocking. We hit walls. I can improve it for sure the next time we do a stream. I know what I need to do to improve it, and I'm pretty happy with where we got today with basically no preparation at all, considering we're reviewing 4 CPUs in a day. 14,4910 was the score, minus 130 degrees Celsius was good. And then the GPU stuff, we were a couple hundred points under Brian's score. He got a very good dry ice score with that, basically. And we do definitely have room to improve that, but I need the system to not be soaked and like destroyed. So we'll let it dry out and come back another time. That's going to be it. Thank you very much for watching. For the people who sent in super chats after, we had the notice on the screen, but you know, apologies if I didn't get to it. We got through an insane amount of them, but we got to close it out. So that's it for this one. Subscribe for more as always. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net to help us out directly or patreon.com/gamersnexus. I'll see you all next time.